Marc Dutroux is a monster, plain and simple. What he did is incomprehensible. He kidnapped children, locked them in a dungeon, and tortured them, then killed them. Some were left to starve to death, others were buried alive. Only 2 survived. Why was the police investigation such a debacle? And how many more people, important people, were involved in this evil plot? Questions which still haunt those 2 survivors.
I was his wife. He told me that. You're my new wife, he told me. He made up so many things.
8 years after she was freed, Sabine can't escape the nightmares or the image of her tormentor, the monster of Charleroi, Marc Dutroux, the most hated man in Europe.
He does not have any feelings to start with. He is a pervert. He was born without the feelings. They are not there. They are missing, so he cannot have them.
His first victims were best friends, Julie and Melissa, kept here for at least 7 months before being left to starve to death. How did the police react when you reported your daughter missing? Did they take it seriously?
No. Why? For who? For what? This is the question that I ask. Nobody has an answer for me.
Even today, with the house boarded up as a crime scene, it's impossible not to feel a chill, to sense the terror of the little girls torn from their families and imprisoned here.
He got caught because he went to kidnap a child in his own car on which he had put his own license plates. The only thing missing on that car was just the Marc Dutroux, kidnapper of children.
So he's stupid too.
Or there is one other solution. He knew that he was not going to be caught, that he was protected in some way.
The mother of Melissa, Karine Rousseau, has access to the legal evidence. She's found no answers, nothing to clarify who stole, raped and killed her daughter.
5 years on, there's still no admission from Dutroux. There's no material evidence, no witness statements which state that it was Dutroux who really kidnapped the children, who really raped them, and who really killed them.
There's a widespread belief that Dutroux was just one cog in a sophisticated network of powerful people who used their influence to help him. So powerful, they included politicians, judges, even members of the royal household.
In the house of Dutroux and in the cellar also, they found a lot of DNA traces, and they were analyzed. In all those traces, you have 26 unknown people.
It's a catastrophe because nothing is any more clear today. Nothing is clear.
I think it's really incredible that with such evidence, you don't search further.
Dutroux was acting alone. This is the mantra repeated again and again in Belgium, with a certitude that for the victims' parents is inexplicable. They believe that investigators have blocked every lead, rejected every clue which would reveal that Dutroux was kidnapping girls for someone else. Other forensic tests that should have been routine were just not done. Human hairs collected from Dutroux's dungeon weren't sent for analysis. The logic was strange. They claimed that as there was no evidence anyone else had entered the cage, there was no need to analyze the hair. Prosecutor General Anne Tilly, who's in charge of the case. Can you explain why there was no DNA analysis done?
They were in a very putrefied state. They did not allow us to make an analysis of that type.
That's not what's written in the autopsy report. Again, the story doesn't square. The bodies weren't severely decomposed. DNA can be identified from samples taken long after death. The question remains unanswered. Why is there no DNA result? Might it have shown that someone else had raped Melissa?
There have been over 20 people connected to the Marc Dutroux case that have died in mysterious ways, including freak car accidents and drownings. And people are starting to question just how connected their government officials were to the beast of Belgium.
In a stunning move, over 300,000 Belgian citizens have gathered in the streets of their country to protest the government corruption that infected the Marc Dutroux case. These Belgians gathered in the streets believe that their own government officials, from local police all the way to the king himself, are involved in a satanic pedophile ring.
For the 5th consecutive day, tens of thousands of Belgians took to the streets. They demand a thorough overhaul of the country's justice system. Many Belgians believe that their authorities bungled the investigation of a child pornography and kidnapping ring. Despite tip-offs from the mother and girlfriend of the alleged ringleader, Marc Dutroux, police failed to act in time to prevent 4 of 6 missing girls being killed. Then the man who cracked the case and saved 2 of the girls was suddenly taken off the investigation. This sparked rumours of a cover-up.
Controversy in Belgium over news the ex-wife of a serial child killer is to move into the home of a former judge.
Most painful, perhaps, is the autopsy report, which shows Melissa had been repeatedly raped about 2 weeks before her death while Dutroux was in jail. So who raped this child? Dutroux denies he raped the girls.
How do you bear to live with what you already know?
I can't.
You can't say.
So on this property, right here, we're in Sars-le-Bussier. I think that's how you say that, here in Belgium. This is the former home of Marc Dutroux. Now, when Marc was arrested, this was the property where investigators uncovered what can only be said was a torture house, a house of horrors. He had a dungeon built where he had been keeping his victims. It was on this property where he murdered his former co-conspirator and accomplice Bernard Weinstein and buried him alive here on the property in the dirt. He also buried the bodies of 2 of his victims here. And what's crazy is if we would have come here last year, 2023, towards the beginning of the year, his house was actually still sitting here untouched. I'm gonna insert some video footage now of some urban explorers going through Dutroux's home. And what they uncovered was shocking. Almost everything had been left behind. The dungeon was still there. All of his original materials were in there. Children's toys were in there, books. It really was insane that they just left it there after everything happened.
Les scellés de gendarmerie. Retrouver les 2 corps où ils ont pour la vidéo, ce serait top. C'est un carnage. Oh, Du coup, on va suivre Louis dans la cave. Donc normalement, il n'y a rien dans cette cave, mais... Le gars, il avait pas des idées en faisant ça. Franchement. C'est bizarre.
Ouais. Peut-être qu'il aurait voulu faire un deuxième
plus grand. Il a peut-être fait des choses aussi. Du coup, on va voir l'étage, on va monter. Regarde, il y a un vélo. Le vélo de son fils. L'odeur. Oh putain, c'est chaud. Ça, c'est bon. Tu sens pas? Regarde ça. Ouais, mais genre, j'aimerais bien. Attends. Obligé de trouver un papier. Non, mais même par terre. Enfin, c'est glauque de ouf. Tout était tout scellé, tout.
Oui, il marquait un nom.
Oh putain, regarde le petit truc là-bas. L'ambiance là.
C'est chaud là.
L'ambiance, ça fait peur.
Par contre, il y a du vis-à-vis. Le journal, attends, il a tellement. Ça peut être sympa, il a eu du 93. 2 ans avant, c'était arrêté. C'est pas mal, hein.
C'est officiel. Si on peut voir. Bon, là, on se retrouve, je crois, dans une petite cuisine. Wow. Tu vois, là, genre, t'es vraiment dans le thème enfant.
Yeah, just last year they actually tore this place down, I think to remove the permanent stain that it left on this town to attempt to heal. If you're gonna talk about notorious locations in the Dutroux case, this is like kind of the mecca of where he was, where those bodies were buried. And yeah, we didn't expect there to be this gate here. So we were gonna do a little investigating here, but this is the best we can do. We can go to his other house and investigate, but we're not gonna hop any fences. This is it right here. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I feel like I say this all the time, but it's so strange that in a town that's so quiet, it's so unsuspecting that such dark things would be happening just in the middle of the town. I mean, like, you drive 2 minutes that way, 2 minutes that way, 2 minutes that way. There's like nothing but farmlands. So this is like downtown where his house was. And
yeah, it's really like the town center.
And the darkest things imaginable happening right here where we're staying.
And there's so much more mystery here too. I don't think anybody will ever know what really happened, who visited this place, who he was in bed with, any of that. It was right here. As soon as I launched my drone in that small town in Belgium, I knew that something wasn't right. Now, I want to preface all of this by saying my drone is registered, I'm fully licensed, so I can legally fly these drones. But when I was up in the air circling Marc Dutroux's house in Belgium in that small town, I noticed that someone was walking over towards me. It turned out it was a woman with what seemed to be a local police department. She didn't speak any English, but she essentially told me no, very, very harshly, that I can't be flying the drone, that it needs to be landed. I tried to tell her, I have the license and everything, but she didn't understand English. Then this guy came up in this orange shirt. I don't know who he was just a concerned citizen. And he got red in the face. He was so angry that I was flying this drone. Now, I don't know what led to this. This downtown area seems to be a mixture of houses and businesses, but this guy was unbelievably mad. It seemed like he didn't want me to take any footage over the Dutroux property, and like I said, he was red in the face, so angry. I mean, look at right here, you actually get a glimpse of his face when he's looking up at the drone. It seemed immediately at one of our first stops in this video that we were already encountering some resistance, and this was the first of many awkward encounters we would have while filming this documentary. To this day, it seems like the people in Belgium don't want to discuss the elephant in the room that is Marc Dutroux. So, as you know, one of my passions is exposing rings, exposing traffickers, exposing creeps. I'm trying to show people who watch and listen to this show that these pedophile rings and these groups that operate like this above and outside of the law, they aren't just limited to groups ran by career criminals, and these groups a lot of times are sanctioned by the government. For example, look into Jeffrey Epstein and his Mossad and CIA connections. Also, there's a whole nother story that I can't really talk about because I'm making a documentary about it, but the CIA and FBI were running and funding a child trafficking ring here in America. And we have proof of it. We have lots of proof. So it's not that surprising when you hear stories about governments being infiltrated by, a handful of. But when it comes to this story, the story of the Marc Dutroux affair, it wasn't just a couple people that were involved in this that ended up being in the government. This was almost the entire government of a country that was involved in satanic murder, ritualistic sacrifices, and activities. I mean, this is one of the most disturbing stories you'll ever read, and this is one of the most well-documented rings in history, really. We know so much about this. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, but you should definitely share this video with people you know, just so that they can be exposed to this information, because this is nobody knows about that you're going to see in this story. There were 100,000 plus people on the streets of Belgium in the 1990s protesting their own government because they were involved in a pedophile ring. Do you know how many people 100,000 is? That's how bad this story is. 100,000 people left their homes, went out to the streets, and demanded change because it was so well documented and chronicled that this was happening. This is a story I've been waiting to cover for a while. Today's script and research is brought to you by Sabrin Chandler Lewis. She's a great addition to the show. Thank you, Sabrin. And yeah, without further ado, let's just get into this. So, in the world of conspiracies, you come to expect that sometimes true crime and cover-ups go hand in hand. Often in cover-ups, there's a victim suspected of being killed and a whole world of underground evidence that isn't made public. However, in true crime, usually the victim receives justice. The police carry out an investigation, and eventually they capture the killer or the perpetrator of the crime. After that, the killer gets the sentence they deserve, most of the time, and we walk away from the story feeling a sense of vindication as someone that wasn't involved, and yet as somebody who followed along through the whole thing. However, in the case of what came to be known as the Dutroux affair, justice was blind. Corners were cut, evidence was ignored, and people were killed to protect the very judges, policemen, and lawmakers who sat behind the benches and on the sidelines. the ones meant to carry out that justice. A monster was left to roam the streets of Belgium until national outcry forced officials to actually do their jobs, to protect and serve. And even when they answered that outrage, lies and misdeeds guided their actions, creating one of the greatest conspiracies and cover-ups that Europe has ever seen. So as you know on this show, we first start out by telling you the official story. So what the government wants you to believe happened. Then we're going to go into the conspiracy, what they think happened, what people really think happened, why the official story is a lie. And then at the end, we're going to provide you with evidence that proves that this conspiracy isn't just a conspiracy, it's just a hidden truth. Get ready, pray, do whatever you need to do to keep your soul pure before we get into this, because this one is really going to distress you. So here's the official story. Marc Dutroux was a career criminal from Belgium. He was born on November 6, 1956 in Ixelles, Brussels to Victor Dutroux and Janine Lowens. He spent a part of his early childhood following his father's teaching career in two countries, Burundi and the Belgian Congo. When Burundi gained independence in the 1960s, Marc and his family went back to Belgium and they made their home in the Hainaut province. He states that he was abused during this time. There isn't very many details about that, but should be noted that that's what he said. After his parents divorced, Marc's father left the home, leaving him to be raised by his mother. And after he graduated from school, Marc left home as well and became an electrician. After several years, Marc married Françoise Dubois. The couple had 2 children, but Marc became and the couple divorced, with Françoise taking custody of their children. Marc's ex-wife would go on to accuse him of beating her and having multiple extramarital affairs. With his wife out of the picture, Marc was free to pursue one of his mistresses, Michelle Martin, who would later go on to become not only Marc's second wife, but his accomplice. Marc's history of crime goes back to when he worked as a scrap dealer in the 1970s. He supplemented his income by stealing car parts. Some even claim that he was involved in adult prostitution. And Marc was eventually convicted of several petty crimes, including assault, trading in stolen vehicles, and drug dealing. He also visited ice rinks in different cities regularly, purposefully bumping into girls as an excuse to touch them. And yes, we are talking about minors. Now, Marc would later be known as a first-class schemer, manipulating the system however he was able to so that he could make money. He committed insurance fraud, manipulated investment stocks, and stole money. After Marc's divorce from Françoise in 1983, he took his crimes to a whole new, incredibly disturbing level. Even throughout his second marriage, Marc never stopped cheating on his wife. He had a complaint about this lifestyle, though, that women were too difficult to pick up. He decided to take a different approach to meet girls in the worst and most horrifying way in order to satisfy his urges. So what does Marc Dutroux do when he wants to find women who will sleep with him, find them the easy way? He decides to start kidnapping and raping them. Marc even explained this to his second wife, Michelle. Michelle, after Marc's arrest, stated, "I remember that Marc Dutroux accused me before the first series of kidnappings in 1985 that I was responsible for the fact that he could no longer seduce as many women as he would have liked to. He thought that other women were less interested in him because he lived with me. I remember we even slept separately for a while during that time. It was at that time that Marc told me he was planning to kidnap girls. He told me that kidnapping and raping them took less time than hitting on them. He said that would be to my advantage too, that he would have more time to spend on me. And after all, because he did it all for me, I had to help him with the kidnappings." So obviously, Marc did not carry out these crimes alone. He had a third accomplice in addition to his wife, a man named Jean van Petegem. Jean was a friend that Marc had met in March of 1985, and Marc had immediately identified him as the perfect sidekick because he was dull-witted and broke. With Michelle, Marc and Jean would go on to commit some of their most terrible crimes together. The first of the 5 kidnappings that Dutroux was found guilty of were as follows. 11-year-old Sylvie D. on June 7th, 1985. Jean would later say that there were 2 young girls before Sylvie who came from the municipality of Morelandwells, but those girls have never been found or identified, and it's unclear if that ever actually happened. Now, the day that she was abducted, young 11-year-old Sylvie had gone swimming, and as she was walking home, Jean pulled her into a van by her waist. Her eyes were then taped over, and she was repeatedly raped by Marc Dutroux. Jean allegedly wouldn't as he considered her to be too young. Marc afterwards threatened to kill the girl in a garage in Rouen, and the 2 men tried to speak French with an American accent to try and mislead her. That day, Marc took a photograph of Sylvie after her, saying he intended to send it to an American magazine. After Marc was done, they dumped the girl near the Gosselin hospital. The second kidnapping was on October 17, 1985, and the victim was 19-year-old Maria V. from Perron-le-Blanche. I am totally slaughtering these names. I know, I'm sorry, guys. Maria was walking to a shop in her village when she passed by a van and was then grabbed by the throat. She was pushed into the van, and just like the other victim, her eyes were then covered with tape. She was taken to a house and then raped. Jean claims to have not taken part in this crime, and it turned out to be true. However, Maria allegedly identified a different man, someone who seemed to be in his 50s. According to Maria, this man took part in the abduction, but he was never found by authorities. The next abduction reported was that of Axel D. Here's what was reported in her statement with the police after the abduction. The young woman Axel was 18 years old, studying medicine at ULB. On December 14, 1985, she took a train from Brussels to Charleroi. Axel stated later in her police interview, "I had a test the following Tuesday and I told my parents I wouldn't be home until Sunday afternoon. On Saturday, I would study all day." The evening of December 14th, Axel said she no longer felt like studying. She left home Saturday evening anyways, not thinking to tell her parents that she was coming home. In Charleroi, she took the bus to her house in Nalines. When she got off at the bus stop, she had a bit of a walk left, but Axel felt that she was being followed by someone. She noticed a dirty white van pass by her and stop at an electricity cabin. A man got out and stood behind the van and watched her. As Axel passed, both of the back doors to the white van suddenly opened and one man pulled her inside while the other pushed her in. Once she was inside, she said that the two men tried to make her feel comfortable, even though she was being kidnapped. She said that they told her they were going to demand a ransom of 400,000 francs from her parents. I don't know if it's francs or francs. Sorry about that. That amount was $457,716 in American dollars and would be worth almost $1.3 million today. The men then told Axel that it was because they needed to send the money to a friend in the United States who was suffering from a rare vascular disease and needed surgery. The kidnappers then taped over Axel's eyes and took her to a house. The house would later be identified as Marc Dutroux's home at Route de Philippeville 128. At that point, he had only had the home for a few months, but was already in the middle of committing a gruesome crime spree in it. Axel was locked in that house for almost 24 hours, during which time she was raped several times by two different men. During this traumatizing ordeal, she was given apple juice and some chocolates to eat. One of the men reportedly told Axel between the rapes that he had taken law courses. He explained how the pre-trial detention system worked in Belgium. The other man said he was a part of a gang, where the two leaders were one Italian and one crazy and stupid. He also said that he was an ex-paramilitary and an expert in martial arts. On Sunday, the day after Axel's abduction, she was dropped off near her parents' home in Nalines. The men had stolen 3,000 francs from her and her pencil case. On December 18th of the same year, only 4 days after Axel's abduction, the men kidnapped another victim, Elizabeth G., a 15-year-old girl, in Ponticelles. That day, Elizabeth was riding her bike at around 7:30 a.m. heading to school. That's when Marc Dutroux saw her. He quickly pulled the van over, dragged Elizabeth into the van from her bike, her eyes were then taped over, and she was taken back to his house. Elizabeth was then videotaped and photographed as she was stripped naked and raped. She was brought back that same evening and dropped off near her home. One of those perpetrators gave Elizabeth 500 francs for a doctor's visit so that she could get a note for school. They were pretty good at trying to cover up their tracks here, and it's interesting that they were picking up these girls, doing the worst, most terrible things to them, and then just dropping them off. In this case, dropping them off and giving them money to go see the doctor. Now, the last victim of this spree was Catherine B., who was 18 years old. She was abducted from the Hainaut province on January 17th, 1986. The two accomplices that Marc had in this kidnapping were never found and have never been identified. As Jean was stationed in Germany with the military at the time, it's not possible for him to have committed this kidnapping. He was documented to have been in Germany when this happened. So we still don't know who these other two men were. She too had her eyes taped over, but this time she was held at knife point. As she was being one of the abductors told her, "Don't get married because what you feel now is marriage." She was given candy and an apple after the She was then photographed naked and thrown from the car at 9:30 p.m. At around the same time, Marc Dutroux also brutally robbed a 58-year-old woman.
But the accomplices, besides Jean, were never found. Marc had also committed several other robberies with Jean that we could cover, but they're not as important to discuss right now. These are only Marc's initial crimes that were proven before he was arrested for the very first time. The men who were abducting these girls were eventually caught because of the testimonies provided by the victims of the attacks. Jean had given too much information away to the girls, it seemed, because the police quickly caught on to their trail. Jean Van Petergem, Michelle Martin, and Marc Dutroux were all arrested in early February of 1987. Their first trial ended on April 26, 1989, about 2 years later, when all three were sent to prison. Michelle received 5 years, Jean received 6.5 years, and it should be noted that Jean had a harsher sentence because of his role in the robberies. Now, Marc Dutroux, the man who helped and orchestrated the abductions and rapes of multiple victims, carried out vicious robberies and all sorts of other petty crimes, he only received 13.5 years in prison for the series of kidnappings and robberies. Of that time that he was sentenced to, Marc Dutroux would only serve 3 years in prison. So now that you have a little bit of background on Marc Dutroux, this is when he gets out of prison, this is where everything takes a disturbing and violent turn. And I just want to preface this, I'm probably going to slaughter some of these names, so please bear with me, everybody, but there are a lot of names in this script. So how did Marc Dutroux get out of prison after serving a measly 3 years for raping multiple women? Well, his release was granted by Melchior Wathelet, who was the Belgian Minister of Justice at the time. Marc's release was granted against the advice of 2 professionals, the public prosecutor and the psychiatrist who examined him while he was in prison. The psychiatrist labeled Dutroux after examining him as being extremely dangerous. So why was he released from prison after only serving 3 years? More concerning is the fact that while Marc was in jail, he managed to convince his healthcare professional that he had a mental illness that rendered him disabled. Because of this, he collected $1,200 in public assistance a month, or $3,367 in today's money. Marc continued to collect paychecks from the government, even in prison. So, if you're from Belgium and you were paying taxes in the 1980s, some of your hard-earned tax money was going to Marc Dutroux's pocket while he was in prison for carrying out 5 kidnappings and other robberies. So, Marc owned several properties and houses. Most of them were vacant, but he used 4 of them to torture his kidnap victims in. His properties were in Marcinelle, Jumet, Marchienne-Pont, and Sars-la-Bussière. Despite owning these properties, Marc's state stipend wasn't reduced. So even though he was wealthy from the outside and owned multiple properties, they gave him the exact same amount that everybody else really was getting from the government. Now, Marc Dutroux didn't only convince his psychiatrist that he needed state money, he also convinced these same professionals that he needed sedatives because of sleeping problems he suffered from. These sedatives, which were controlled substances, were prescribed to Marc, and later on, Marc Dutroux would use those very same medications to drug his victims. After his release from prison in 1992, Marc took things even further than he already had. In his Marcinelle home, he and his wife built what came to be called the Dungeon, a concealed room hidden behind a false wall that slid on a track. It was 7 feet long, 3 feet wide, and over 5 feet high. Over the next 4 years after being released from prison, Marc Dutroux would use this dungeon to hide his victims. In this following crime spree, Marc abducted and assaulted an unidentified number of young girls. But these are the names of Marc's victims that we know. There was a girl named Melissa Russo, who was only 8 years old. There was Julie Lejeune, who was also 8 years old. There was Anne Marchal, 17 years old. Effie Lambrex, who was 19 years old. Sabine Dardenne, who was 12 years old. And Letitia Dellis, 14 years old. Here's a breakdown of those disturbing events. So, 8-year-olds Julie and Melissa were abducted while taking a walk in Grace Halone on the 24th of June, 1995. To this day, it hasn't been confirmed that Marc Dutroux himself kidnapped these 2 girls, but they were brought back to his house in Marcinelle. These children were kept in Marc's dungeon, while he repeatedly abused them and created child videos while taping these. Marc kidnapped 2 more girls 2 months later while still holding the other children hostage in his dungeon. Early on the morning of August 23, 1995, Marc was on the prowl for another victim, this time with help from a new accomplice he had met somewhere along the way. Michel Lelieve. The two men kidnapped teenagers Anne and Effie who were on their way home from a night out in Blankenburg. The two girls were kept in chains in a bedroom. So Mark and his accomplice have abducted a large group of children at this point, and they're holding them hostage in a torture dungeon where they are them repeatedly and filming all of this shit. But it only gets worse. Presumably, the two teenage girls that Mark and his accomplice abducted didn't cooperate with what Mark told them to do. Anne was gagged, a bag was placed over her head, and the bag was sealed with tape, and her wrists were bound with tape as well. Anne seemed to get special treatment, as opposed to Effie. The two girls were drugged and thrown into a pit under a shed at Dutroux's home in Jumet. The girls were buried alive. Mark's sick luck seemed to begin to run out, however, when his accomplices made a mistake. So keep in mind at this time, these girls are going missing. This is big news across this area. Someone is abducting these girls. Nobody has found anybody's bodies yet. The authorities haven't checked on Mark, which is shocking, but this is where some mistakes would be made. So Marc Dutroux at the time was still running a car theft operation. Two of his accomplices in this car stealing ring, Bernard Weinstein and Philip Divers, stole a van and hid it in a local hangar. The hangar owner found that vehicle that was stolen, called the police, and the police came to pick it up. And through doing some tracing, they were back on Marc Dutroux's trail. Because of this, Mark and his accomplice Bernard believed that the other man, Divers, and his friend Pierre Rochelle had told the police themselves about the van. So Mark and Bernard lured Philippe and his friend over to Bernard's Jumet home. The two were then drugged by Mark and Bernard and kept isolated inside of this house. Mark and Bernard then went to the house of Rochelle, where they found his girlfriend, Bénédicte Jadot. They took her back to the house in Jumet and questioned her as well. So now not only does Mark have all of these young girls held captive, but he's also holding adults that are his enemies captive. So Mark and Bernard now have 3 people in captivity, and they leave to go pick up another person to bring back to this torture house. But Bénédicte, who was just taken in, managed to escape, and she alerted a neighbor who called the police on Bernard. This whole thing further complicated things for Mark. One of his loyal accomplices was now wanted by the police. This loyalty didn't seem to matter to Dutroux too much, however, because he decided to murder Bernard so that he couldn't be captured and tell about all of his secrets. So Bernard Weinstein was kidnapped by Marc Dutroux and was held in the dungeon of Marc's Marcinelle home. From the dates of November 13th to November 20th of that year, the 2 8-year-olds that were normally confined to the basement were left to roam Mark's home freely. Eventually, Mark decided this is the time to kill his accomplice. He didn't want these secrets coming out. He's already got him held captive, but how's he going to kill him? Well, he figured out a way. One day, Mark fed Bernard a meal laced with which is a date drug, and Mark then placed hose clamps around Bernard's testicles. Hose clamps are circular thin metal clamps which tighten with a screw. Now that Mark had Bernard locked in pain and fear, he ordered him to tell him where all of his money from the car theft operation was hidden. So Bernard, fearing for his life and being tortured, confessed to Mark, told him where all of his money was, and Mark then loaded him into his car, drove him to his house in Sars-le-Bussier, and buried him alive in the backyard. Not long after Mark murdered Bernard, Rochelle, one of the men whom Mark drugged and interrogated in that house, recognized Mark for his vehicle theft operation, and then turned him into the police. Marc Dutroux was arrested again on December 6, 1995. And while making the preparations to go back to prison, Mark ordered his wife to feed the girls in the basement. However, when Mark is eventually released again after serving only a little bit over 1 year, he finds that the 2 girls have starved to death in his torture chamber. Michelle, Mark's wife, then told him that she was too afraid to go down and feed the kids. It creeped her out. And so, thinking fast, Mark buried the bodies of the children once again at his home in Sars-le-Bussier, the same place where he had buried Bernard Weinstein alive. And shortly after his prison sentence for those car robberies, Mark was right back into the criminal underworld. May 28, 1996. With his accomplice, Lelieve, Mark kidnapped Sabine Dardenne, a 12-year-old girl. Sabine was riding her bike to school in Tournai when she was grabbed and loaded into a van. She was then kept in Marc's Marcinelle home in the dark and cramped dungeon, where she was starved, photographed nude, and repeatedly raped. Later, on the 9th of August that year, 14-year-old Letitia Delhez was walking home from her local pool in Bertrix. She was too grabbed and put into Mark's van. This time though, a witness saw this kidnapping and immediately called the police. Using a part of the license plate and description of the van, the authorities were then able to identify the owner. Marc Dutroux. August 13th, 1996, Marc Dutroux, his wife Michelle, and his accomplice Louf are all arrested because of witness statements that showed that they were participating in the abductions of these girls. While the initial search of Marc's homes were inconclusive, 2 days later, Marc and Louf both confessed to the horrible truth of what had happened. The police were led by Marc to his home in Sars-le-Bussier, and the bodies of the two 8-year-old girls were exhumed, along with the rotting corpse of Marc's accomplice Bernard Weinstein. Soon afterwards, the bodies of the two teenage girls Marc had also killed were exhumed at the home in Jumet. So Marc's world at this point is coming crumbling down because he's feeding investigators information. But how honest is he really being? Luckily, a few of the girls were found alive. Letitia and Sabine were found behind the false door at Marc's home in Marcinelle, and they were rescued. However, sadly, it was found out that they had both been drugged and abused. Sabine had been kept in the basement for 80 days, and Letitia had been there for 6 days before she was rescued by the police. So right now, I know what you're thinking. Where's this gonna go? Right now, it seems like this Marc Dutroux guy is definitely a himself. He's a murderer. He's a rapist. He's a thief. He's a terrible guy. And this story's already terrible, holding young girls, minors captive in a torture chamber, starving them to death, murdering your accomplices and friends. What else can happen? Let's just keep going. So even though Marc had been in and out of prison, people knew who he was, people knew the type of vehicle that he drove, the authorities were aware of, what he was doing, where he was located, his residences, his addresses, all of his personal information. They never connected him to these abductions until an honest citizen called in a tip, and they were kind of forced to. And as you'll see, throughout the entire duration of Marc's 1995 and 1996 crimes and their subsequent investigations, the judicial system of Belgium seemingly failed time and time again. However, the people of Belgium soon began to suspect that it was more than failure because of incompetency. Marc Dutroux seemed, up until this point, to be acting out of his own sick interests. But soon enough, the corruption visible to the people of Belgium painted a new, much wider, much deeper, much darker, much more disturbing picture. As it turns out, when Effie and Anne were kidnapped, Marc Dutroux's own mother reported him to the authorities and told them that Marc Dutroux was holding these two girls captive in his house. And the police, despite knowing Marc's history, despite knowing that he had already served prison time for abducting and raping young girls, did nothing. They didn't search his home, they didn't bring Marc in for questioning, they didn't act at all on that tip. And when Marc was finally arrested, the people of Belgium learned that despite multiple tips about Marc Dutroux that had come into the police had taken 14 months after the kidnappings of the 8-year-olds to detect Marc Dutroux as a suspect. People were outraged because if the police had found Marc Dutroux sooner, 4 of the young victims may still be alive today. Something particularly infuriating about this is that 2 of the victims had been literally right under the noses of the police. You see, at one point in this investigation, amidst all of these kidnappings and disappearances, the police had indeed gone and searched Marc Dutroux's home. This was kind of in the time that he was thought to be running that car stealing ring. And so you got to imagine these police officers are called to Marc Dutroux's house. They're told to search the home. And when they search the home, in their reports, these officers said that they heard the voices of children inside of Marc Dutroux's home. Those were the voices of the kids that Marc had locked in his dungeon. And those officers noted this in their reports, but said that they failed to find the source of these voices, saying that it sounded as if the voices had been coming from outside of the home. So yes, the police were searching the home where minors, children were being held captive, tortured, and raped. They were searching the physical property, and they somehow didn't find these children. Yeah, right. The police also came across videos and undeveloped films in Marc Dutroux's home, but they didn't examine them. One of the films would have shown them a home movie of Marc Dutroux building his dungeon in the basement. One of the other officers responsible for the botched investigation claimed that all of this was just a genuine big mistake. And even though he had found a speculum, a device that can be used for torture, and had handled it, he had just simply failed to send it in for forensic analysis. They forgot. They didn't look at any of the home tapes and photographs from the accused thieves' house. They didn't even check the damn property when they were hearing the sounds of victims screaming for help. So to talk about this more, a speculum is a device often used to examine the during a pelvic exam while searching the home of a man, Marc Dutroux, who was already convicted of kidnapping and raping young girls. A speculum seemed to not be of any interest to the police. Autopsy reports on one of the victims, Melissa, proved that she had been repeatedly raped over a long period of time. However, the police eventually claimed that there was no DNA evidence, there were no witness reports, and there were no forensic reports to prove that it was Marc Dutroux or any of his accomplices who had raped Melissa. Even with DNA swabs taken, proven by autopsy reports, no one seemed to know what the results were, not even the prosecutors. That's right, they had the tests, they had the DNA, and nobody was acting on it. Nobody knew. They didn't know. More failures were to follow. After witnesses said they had spotted Melissa, one of the victims, at a Charleroi nightclub right before her death, the police failed to follow up on this tip. So Melissa was a missing girl, and this was a case that was getting a lot of press and coverage in that area at the time. And people were saying they saw her right before she was abducted and, she disappeared at this nightclub. And the police didn't even go to the nightclub to ask questions. This was the last place a missing young girl was seen. The police didn't even go to investigate the club. And this brings up another point. So you remember, in the middle of these kidnappings and abductions and torture and everything, Marc Dutroux, somebody ratted on him and he was sentenced to that year in prison. Remember that? When Mark's wife was supposed to be feeding the girls and she said she was too scared to do it, so she let them starve to death. Well, as it turns out, there was a lot of evidence that showed that other people had access to those girls in Mark's dungeon while he was in prison. Substantiating this claim is the fact that hairs were found in the dungeon, hairs that would not have belonged to Marc Dutroux. These hairs were collected and sent for analysis, but the results were reported as being inconclusive. The parents of the victims and the people of Brussels at large suspected that it was because someone besides Marc Dutroux was being protected throughout this investigation. These hairs must have belonged to somebody that the police did not want to identify to the public as being a rapist. But all this protection, all of these things that were ignored and done so that justice would purposefully be obscured in this case, just wasn't enough for those at the top. In fact, the people at the top in Belgium wanted this investigation into Marc Dutroux to come to a screeching halt and stop. In 1996, the judge who had initially been assigned to the case, Jean-Marc Connerout, was removed from the investigation. Marc had attended a charity dinner for the families of Dutroux's victims. And the system, the Belgian political system and government, judicial system, they said that because Jean had attended a dinner with the victims, he could no longer serve on the team due to concerns about his impartiality. They said that because Jean had received a pen and a plate of spaghetti as a gift at the dinner, even though he had no contact with the victim in attendance, he was being bribed. That's right, the judicial system in Belgium, the leaders of the country were saying that because this judge was given a pen and a plate of spaghetti, he was being bribed by a victim of child sexual abuse. This has come to be known as the spaghetti judgment. So the people of Belgium who were learning about all of these things that were happening with this case, the failures that the police had made, all this stuff was public, and they became outraged when they heard that the judge who was on this case, who had taken an interest in this and was devoted to serving justice here, had been removed. And on October 20th, 1990, forming one of the largest protests in Brussels history, a crowd of over 400,000 people marched on Brussels' Palace of Justice in what has become known as the White March. The father of one of the victims of Marc Dutroux said that this decision was as if the government itself was spitting on the graves of Julie and Melissa. So keep in mind, a whole group of underage girls that has been abducted, tortured, held in a dungeon, raped, videotaped, photographed naked while they're being raped by this sick guy. And in the news, the people of Belgium are learning that the officers never followed up on tips. They don't have the DNA. They've lost DNA. They're not doing really anything about this to right the wrong. They're finding out that the whole time this investigation has been incredibly corrupt. And then they're finding out that the judge who has been overseeing this entire thing and calling out the bullshit was reassigned because he was bribed with a plate of spaghetti and a pen. You can't make this shit up. And this was a really big deal. Imagine 400,000 people marching in a city. That is a fuckload of people. And concerns over the mishandling of the Marc Dutroux case actually prompted the Belgian parliament to set up an independent committee to investigate Marc Dutroux and the officers and individuals involved for errors and corruption. This independent committee investigation began on the 24th of October 1996 and would not end until February 15th, 1998. But despite the march, the 400,000 people crying for justice, and the concerns of corruption, that initial judge, Judge Connerout, was still replaced. Judge Jacques Langlois was assigned afterwards. It was Jacques' very first assignment as a judge. He had spent the last 5 years in conflict with the public prosecutor who had assigned him to the case, a man named Michel Bourlet. Since the removal of Connerout, the first judge, the Marc Dutroux file had acquired no new evidence. So it took a while to replace judges. And in that whole period when this investigation was supposed to be ramping up and 400,000 people are marching, not a single piece of new evidence was entered into Marc Dutroux's file. Anyways, after this, the special team of officers responsible for the interviews of several witnesses was dismissed. A woman named Regina Louf had come forward in 1996 after the first judge, Connerout, pleaded with the victims in the area to tell their story. So it seems like this judge, Connerout, was really begging for justice here. He was working the hardest he could to get people to speak up so that justice could be served against Marc and they could put him in prison forever. And this woman, Regina Louf, who had seen the judge Connerout begging people to tell their stories, Regina told investigators that her parents had given her to a family friend when she was 12 years old, and that she was raped and tortured at adult sex parties, where girls were even murdered. Regina told investigators that the parties were highly organized, that it was a big business, that there was blackmail involved, and it was a huge scheme being run for money. The idea that the authorities were trying to protect someone higher up really began when Regina implicated a well-known businessman and suspected police informant as one of the organizers of these parties, a man named Jean-Michel Nihoul. Regina also told the investigators that Marc Dutroux had begun by bringing drugs to these parties, but later on, after joining in these orgies, Marc had began to supply not the drugs, but the young girls. And this was disturbing stuff. You had a girl coming in and telling investigators that not only was Marc Dutroux supplying these girls that he abducted, these minors who, some of them were 8 years old, to parties where powerful people were paying money to children. They were murdering children there too. But she's telling them that Marc Dutroux, the guy they're investigating, was supplying the girls. And so the investigators are like, wow, this is a crazy, bizarre story. They start investigating and they find that an unsolved murder actually matched Regina's story. So at one point, Regina talked about witnessing the murder of a child. And Regina described every element of this unsolved murder case that the police found, down to the way that the body was found and the description of the victim. You see, Regina had described the torture and murder of 15-year-old Christine Van Hees. And Regina had insisted that Marc Dutroux was there at the time of this murder and that he had helped facilitate it. Another man that was there, according to Regina, was that rich businessman, Jean-Michel Nihoul. So a guy named Judge Van Espen was the man in charge of the Van Hees torture and murder case. Judge Van Espen had a close relationship with that rich businessman, Nihoul, and Nihoul's wife. And the judge had even represented Nihoul and his wife as a lawyer. But when Regina accused Nihoul of murder and of taking part in these parties, Judge Van Espen saw no reason to resign, no conflict of interest, and he wasn't taken off of the case. So keep in mind, this judge had a close relationship with the accused man who was being accused by a victim of attending parties, raping children, and torturing and murdering kids. And he is not taken off of the case. And yet, the first judge who cared about the victims and expressed how much he cared about getting justice was taken off of the case entirely because he was fed a plate of spaghetti and given a pen. Judge Van Espen did resign from the case though, but only after his relationship with Michel Nihoul, the accused murderer and pedophile, was exposed in the press. But still, you may think that justice is a little bit closer at this point. It's as far as can possibly be away from this story. So even though Regina, the victim's claims were substantiated by her own parents, she was blasted across Belgian media as a fantasist and a liar, someone who was not telling the truth. Her photo was even put across backgrounds of crows picking at dead bodies while a Blair Witch type style project played. Because of this media blitz against her, Regina Louf was not allowed to testify against Marc Dutroux or any of his associates, including Michel Nihoul. Not only that, but the 10 other witnesses that the special police team had supposedly interviewed were also barred from testifying. And all 10 of their stories, all 10 victims' stories, 11 including Regina's, were thrown out. Later, a statement from Belgian Senator Anne-Marie Lizin said, "Stupidity can't be the only explanation, and Dutroux must be a friend of somebody important, or else he's being protected because he was a police informant." So you have 11 victims that are testifying that they were raped and abused and were involved in these parties involving the elite in Belgium, and all 11 of their stories and testimonies were tossed out because of technicalities. The parliamentary commission that had been set up to investigate the corruption in the Marc Dutroux case, named the Dutroux Commission, produced a first report on March 15, 1997, saying that the Ministry of Justice and the police had completely mishandled the case. And finally, on February 15, 1998, the 17-month-long parliamentary investigation into Marc's case produced a second report. This report, though, concluded that Marc Dutroux had no accomplices in high positions or the justice system. The report said that Marc profited off of sloppiness, corruption, and incompetence in the police force. They basically blamed lazy police for the entire cover-up. While in custody on April 28, 1998, Marc Dutroux was allowed to review the files associated with his case. 2 police officers were there in his cell with him. But when one of these officers went out on a break, Marc Dutroux supposedly overpowered the other officer and escaped prison. He was captured only a few hours later, and one of the officers responsible for this escape, Johan van der Lenoot, resigned because of this incident. Several other officers resigned with him, including the head of the government service. Throughout this investigation, claims came to light that Dutroux was working with the police to avoid capture and suppress evidence of his rapes and abductions. Some people even thought that Marc Dutroux was supplying young girls to judges and police officers. In fact, as this whole thing blew up and the people of Belgium learned about all of this stuff and anger grew and rose, several law enforcement officials themselves were arrested on suspicions of being tied to Marc Dutroux and his activities. One of these officers that was arrested was Georges Zico, who was charged with truck theft, document forgery, and insurance fraud, some of the same crimes Marc Dutroux himself had committed. Then a familiar name was brought up again, this time by an accomplice of Marc Dutroux's. Michel Lelieve, one of the most frequent accomplices of Marc, told police after his arrest that the 2 8-year-old girls had been kidnapped as a part of an order that a client had made. The suspect behind these kidnappings, who had supposedly ordered these 2 young girls from Marc Dutroux, was none other than the man accused earlier of raping and participating in the parties and murdering children, Jean-Michel Nihoul. As the network of trafficking began to unravel, however, Lelieve, Marc Dutroux's accomplice, stopped answering questions. He told the press and he told officials that he didn't feel comfortable giving any more information because his life was being threatened by an unknown party. In a story in The Guardian, Jean-Michel Nihoul himself told a reporter that he was the monster of Belgium. He went on to say when talking to this reporter that he would never come to trial, he would never show up if they put him on trial, and that evidence against him would never be heard by a jury. He stated that this was because the information he had on important people in Belgium would bring the entire government down. Jean-Michel Nihoul, the guy who's accused of being at the parties, the very rich businessman in Belgium who supposedly took place in the rape and murder of these young children at these parties, the man who one victim testified was the guy carrying some of this stuff out, and an accomplice of Marc Dutroux testified was involved in this. He said to a reporter that if he's brought into court and if the government ever asks him any questions about what really went on with Marc Dutroux, the information he had would completely destroy the entire government, meaning he would implicate the people at the top, the elite, the royalty in Belgium, the upper crust of people that exist in a society, like the Elon Musks and the Obamas, the Trumps, the Joe Bidens, the power people in America. That's what the people in Belgium that this Michel Nihoul would implicate. And at this time, this is when the witnesses started dying. So it took 8 years for Marc Dutroux's trial date to be set after his arrest. Think of that, 8 years from when he's arrested to go to trial. And the authorities claimed that this delay was because of conspiracy theorists. Authorities claimed that they were being led on a wild goose chase for a fake network. And throughout this time, and even before he was arrested for the kidnappings of Sabine and Letitia, 20 different witnesses died under mysterious circumstances, seemingly to protect Marc Dutroux or someone associated with him from their damning evidence. So, who were all these people who died to protect this ring? Let's examine it. Well, there was Jean-Paul Taminal, who'd rented a garage that stood across from the hangar utilized by Marc Dutroux to hide that stolen van we talked about earlier. He died in 1995, shortly after he shared with a friend that he'd learned something important and disturbing regarding Marc Dutroux. This was 1995, before Marc Dutroux had been outed as a pedophile. And even though Jean-Paul Taminal's corpse was never located, a lone foot of his, a severed foot, was discovered in the confines of a river a year after his death. So he's dead for sure. His severed foot was found in a river. Then there's Simon Poncelet, a recognized police officer who was charged with investigating the car smuggling ring that centered around Marc Dutroux. That police officer, Simon, was found shot to death in his office after a night shift in February of 1996. Did Simon find out something he shouldn't have found out about Marc Dutroux and the machinations of his car theft ring? There were some deaths that were a little less mysterious than others. For instance, a man named Joseph Toussaint, Michel Martin's confessor, he died of a heart attack in March of 1997. But then there are the other deaths, like the death of Alexander Gosselin, who died a, quote, natural death after experiencing abdominal pain. Alexander's connection to the case was steeped in what could have driven intent for his murder. You see, Alexander had sold his house to Marc Dutroux's accomplice, Bernard Weinstein, and just afterwards, the remains of Anne and Effie were located on the property. Alexander shared with his son that he had found Bernard Weinstein's behavior to be unusual. He had died in July of 1995, once again before Dutroux was outed as a pedophile, and his house burned down via arson in January of 1997. Only God knows what he knew or what authorities felt they could have found inside of that house. The cause of death for a man named Christian Conrads is unknown, though it's noted that he died in March of 1996. Conrads would have been questioned if he were still alive about his connection to Marc Dutroux. He apparently knew about the pedophile ring, but he escaped prison and was found dead just a month after his escape. So did the authorities let him out of prison and then execute him? Something we'll never know. On the 25th of April 1997, José's step died. This was only 2 days before José was supposed to give their testimony to the police. It was determined afterwards that rohypnol was found in José's inhaler, a drug that, as we talked about before, Marc Dutroux was known to use on his victims. José was a well-connected person and claimed to have had critical information about the Marc Dutroux ring. So he told the police that he had very important information surrounding this ring. 2 days before he's going to tell this information to police, he dies. There were also multiple among the witnesses who had mysteriously died. Those deaths included Brigitte Gernard in April of 1998, Sandra Clays in November of 1999, Guy Goebbels in August of 1995, Fabienne Gelpart in December of 1998, Hubert Massa in July of 1999, Gregory Antipine in August of 1999, and Pierre-Paul Pepe de Ruck in May of 2001. Brigitte Gernard was a close friend of Michel Nahoul, the man accused of participating in the ring and murders, and Sandra Clays was an ex-girlfriend of Michel Lelive, Marc Dutroux's accomplice. Sandra Clays had mentioned that she'd overheard Marc Dutroux talking to her boyfriend Lelive about a, quote, way to make a lot of money, end quote. It's assumed that she knew a lot about how this ring was being run, and she herself. Then there was Guy Goebbels, whose was executed with a gunshot to the head. Guy Goebbels was a police officer who had been an instrumental part of the case since its inception in Grace Halone after the kidnappings of 8-year-olds Julie and Melissa. So Guy Goebbels had been a police officer on this case from the very beginning. He also killed himself before he could bring this information that he had to the commission, to the investigation, and get involved with it. And like I said, he was found with a gunshot wound to the head. After filling her bedroom with methanol and lighting it ablaze, Fabienne Gelpart, Bruno Tagliaferro's wife, quote, her own life. This was after she said that she had located important documents pertaining to her husband and inquired about protection from the police. So Bruno Tagliaferro a very wealthy, powerful man in Belgium. His wife finds documents that are in his possession that are very disturbing to her. They're so disturbing that she actually calls the police and says that she feels like she needs police protection because of what she just read. And they're talking about her husband's involvement with something that Marc Dutroux is involved with. And then she fills her apartment with methanol and lights it and blows herself up. But that's not the weirdest part. Fabienne Gelpart's husband, Bruno Tagliaferro, the powerful man in Belgium who she was afraid of, he died himself. He was poisoned. Bruno was an acquaintance of Marc Dutroux and a fellow scrap dealer. Before his death, he allegedly told his wife that he would be killed because he, quote, knew too much. His death was assessed to be a suicide before ultimately earning a declaration as murder by poison in November of 1995. Bruno says he knows too much about Marc Dutroux and what he was doing, and then he's poisoned to death. Who would be doing that? Strange, right? So you got Bruno and his wife both killed for stuff that they know. And it's interesting that, like I said, notice that right when he died, the authorities immediately tried to say that Bruno had killed himself instead of being murdered. They tried to slide that one and just call it non-suspicious, but the people in the public know better. But this isn't even all the deaths. Just a month after starting to work the case, a man named Hubert Massa was believed to have taken his own life. Hubert had served as the senior public prosecutor in Marc Dutroux's case, a powerful position in the government who was involved in the case. Another police officer involved in the Marc Dutroux case, Gregory Antipine, was determined to have suicide by hanging himself. So you got a public prosecutor in the case and a police officer in the case that are also killing themselves. And another man, a known acquaintance of Michel Nehoul, the Ghoul, a man named Pierre-Paul Pepe de Rijk, was also determined to have killed himself. Pepe was a bar owner and a member of the Red Light Milieu and a pimp, beaten and choked to death, then subsequently dumped in the river. So you got the two police officers who killed themselves, then an acquaintance of Michel Nehoul, that ghoul at the top that we've been talking about time and time again, the evil guy going to the parties, ordering the girls and killing his close friend and acquaintance himself. And then there's Anna. Anna Conjavoda was beaten and choked to death, then subsequently dumped in the Meuse River. Her body was found and identified on April 7th, 1998. This was after she had engaged with the police and told them that she had knowledge of a child porn ring that centered around Marc Dutroux and spanned throughout all of Eastern Europe. So this woman, Anna, contacts the police, says she has information to share with them about Marc Dutroux's child porn ring, and then she's beaten, choked to death, and her body's dumped in a river. There's also a weird thing in this case of witnesses dying via car crashes. One of those deaths was of a woman named Gina Pardains, a social worker who was charged with supporting the victims of a child pornography ring. So Gina had actually mentioned to her friends that she had seen a child pornography tape featuring a girl who was murdered by someone she recognized as one of Michel Nehoul's acquaintances. So somehow she had seen this tape that featured a girl who was murdered. She knew the murderer who was on the tape as an acquaintance of this Michel Nehoul guy. And on the 15th of November, 1998, Gina called the police herself to tell them that she had received a death threat. This was after she had already told the police about what she saw on that child tape. The threat that she told the police she had received said that she would die via a car accident. So someone had called Gina after they found out that she had been ratting to the police, and they said, if you keep going, you're going to die in a car accident. And then later on, shortly after telling the police that she had received a death threat that she was going to die in a car accident, Gina died in a car accident. But it's still classified as an accident to this day in the Belgian records. It's f***ing crazy. Then you have Nadège Renard, who was another victim of a car crash related death. Just prior to offering a list of contacts that related directly to Marc Dutroux in April of 2001, Nadège died in a car crash. So Nadège had called the police in April of 2001 and said, I have a list of people that Marc Dutroux was in contact with that were participating in this ring that he was running, this snuff film murder ring. And then he died in a car crash before he could provide authorities with that information. Another man named Bernard Routmund also met his untimely death via a car crash while on the way to testify to the police. You cannot make this shit up. Bernard was driving to the police station to testify to them about what he had seen and what he knew about Marc Dutroux. Bernard himself was a known film director who had been accused in the past of kidnapping a girl, raping her, and trading pornography tapes of the rape. The police ended up locating children's toys in his apartment after his death, so it can be assumed that Bernard Routman was a child pornographer who was involved in the Marc Dutroux child pornography ring. And like I said, while he was on the way to the police station to tell them what he knew about Marc Dutroux, on the way to the police station, he died in a car crash. That's f***ing crazy. Another car crash death, they just keep coming, was a journalist named Christophe Van X, who was investigating the case surrounding Marc Dutroux. While investigating the case, Christophe most likely received some sensitive information from somebody, some information that the people at the top decided he shouldn't know, and he was then found dead after crashing his vehicle. Michel Pirot, a nightclub owner connected with the red light scene in Charleroi, had contacted Julie and Melissa's families 3 months after Marc Dutroux was arrested. Remember, Julie and Melissa are the 8-year-old girls who were tortured and murdered and raped by Marc Dutroux. This guy, Michel Pirot, ran a nightclub. He reached out to the family members. He said he had some information. In December of 1996, Michel Pirot, in the middle of all this stuff, before he could tell authorities the information that he had about Marc Dutroux and the ring, he was found shot dead in a car. Then there's Jean-Jacques Ferrand, a proclaimed hunter. Jean-Jacques was on the case of Marc Dutroux and found some disturbing information linking him to powerful people in Belgium. He died of a heart attack in March of 2001. There's also Francois Reiskens, a guy who was heavily involved in the drug and criminal scene in Belgium. He died the day before he was set to testify against Marc Dutroux on July 26, 1995, concerning the kidnapping of victim Melissa. Supposedly, according to authorities, Francois fell in front of a moving train. I'm not making that up. The day before Francois is set to testify against Marc Dutroux and provide authorities with information about what had happened to the victim Melissa and what Marc Dutroux had been doing, he fell in front of a train and died. There's another guy, Gerard Vaness. His cause of death is unknown, but he died on the 16th of November, 1997. Gerard was one of the first police officers involved in investigating the Marc Dutroux case. He died. It's unknown how he died, but before he could testify or really do anything with the case, once again, when the police officers die on these stories, this story specifically, it's probably because they came across information that could blow this whole ring wide open. No one knows how he died, but he did die before he could bring this information to light. And finally, we have Michel Nehoul, the ghoul, the murderer. Michel Nehoul's lawyer and acquaintance, Philippe Deleuze. He also died an untimely death. The cause of his death is unknown, but we can assume that Philippe Deleuze, who was Michel Nehoul's lawyer, probably knew more than he should have about the Pedophile network and the murders and who were the and so he was taken out as well. So there you have dozens of deaths. That's not even all of them. There are other people who died that we probably still don't even know about and will never know about, that were taken out by God only knows who to hide this network. And so we got to discuss the actual network itself. And we need to talk about Michel Nehoul. Was he the head of the network? This whole thing brings up questions. Why would all these people have been killed? What information did they all have, and who was being protected and why? Well, after all the failures of the government were brought to the public eye, the belief of an enormous cult's existence became widespread in Belgium. Everybody, all of a sudden, seeing all these deaths and these people who were going to testify who died and hearing from the witnesses that were in the news and the victims, everybody knew that there was a ring running, and they knew that somebody at the top was covering it up. People in Belgium actually began to believe that Judge Connor Rote was close to revealing the names of high-profile government officials who were seen on videotapes recovered from Marc Dutroux's residence. Remember that judge who was taken off of the case because of a plate of spaghetti and a pen? Yeah, people thought that he was so vocal about defending the victims because he had personally seen child tapes recovered from Marc Dutroux's house showing the Belgian elite raping kids and murdering them. Judge Connor Rote had already implicated the well-known businessman Michel Nehoul as the brains of the operation before he was taken off the case. The judge, Judge Connor Rote, was supposedly going to testify that there were murder plots meant to stop the investigation into Michel Nehoul as well. And on August 16, 1996, Michel Nahul had been arrested on suspicion of conspiracy. He was arrested only 3 days after Marc Dutroux, Michel Lelive, and Michel, after Marc and his accomplice had given statements implicating him in the crimes. So Marc Dutroux himself and his accomplice, that other Michel, after they were arrested, they immediately implicated Michel Nahul in the crimes. Then he was arrested 3 days later. No evidence of these testimonies or implications was ever recovered, but the investigators in the case believed that Michel Nahul and Marc Dutroux were planning a long-distance prostitution ring involving the importation of stolen cars and minors from Slovakia, and that Marc Dutroux had already sold many children into slavery in several other countries. Marc Dutroux and Michel Lelive supported these claims in their own testimonies. As stated before, Michel Lelive told the police that the two 8-year-old girls were being kept for a client, specifically for Michel Nahul, but he had suddenly stopped talking to authorities because of death threats he said he was receiving. Xavier Magny, Marc Dutroux's lawyer, said that during the trial that Marc Dutroux was not the only criminal in this case. He said that out of the 6,000 hair samples taken from Marc Dutroux's basement, 25 unknown DNA profiles were discovered. These DNA samples were never matched, and there was never any attempt to do so. So you got proof, DNA proof, that there were 25 other people in Marc Dutroux's torture and child dungeon, and there was no attempt to ever match that DNA to any perpetrators. It's sickening. Marc Dutroux's lawyer, Xavier, also stated that Marc had kidnapped girls with the help of the police. He said that Marc Dutroux was just a small fish working for a much larger network. Marc Dutroux himself said that he had never acted alone. He said that he personally wasn't a or a murderer. He claimed that he was only acting on orders given by powerful higher-ups. Judge Connerote, the man who was removed from the case, said that Michel Nahul was the guy who supplied all of these orders. Stranger still is the claim of a satanic cult involved in this ring. While there isn't much evidence to support these claims, a letter was found in the home of one of Marc Dutroux's accomplices. The letter was found with no date in the home of Bernard Weinstein, the man that Marc Dutroux killed. This letter mentioned a gift for someone known as the, quote, High Priestess, and was signed by, quote, Anubis. Interestingly enough, there actually was a satanic cult in Charleroi that went by the name of Abraxis, and a member of that cult, Dominique Kindermans, went by the alias High Priestess. The police conducted a raid on the satanic cult headquarters and took much of their paraphernalia, but there was no connection ever revealed between Marc Dutroux and the cult, at least according to authorities. What I think really happened is that the authorities raided the cult and they took all of the evidence that would link Marc Dutroux to this satanic cult, and they destroyed it. I mean, not the first time the government of a country has raided a building to collect evidence and then destroyed it. Hey guys, so this is me in the current day. There are going to be 3 different Collins talking to you. I just got a haircut. Most of my blonde is gone. I'm going to be the one that's narrating you through this entire documentary because this documentary stitches together 3 individual different videos that I've produced into one narrative. And they're all very important videos with very important information. So I would recommend that you go watch the other segments that have been posted on this channel and my other channels. But before we go any further, I have to cut to a different recent video of mine where we start talking about this cult that we're about to dive very deep into called Abraxis. So let's cut to that now. In the home of Bernard Weinstein, the accomplice killed by Marc Dutroux, an undated letter was found. This letter was supposedly sent by someone called Anubis and mentioned gifts for a high priestess. There was even a designation about the age and gender that the presents should be. The reason for these gifts was that a very special ceremony would soon be taking place. This was all written down in the letter. A cult in Charleroi, one of the main locations for Dutroux's crimes allegedly, had a member who used the very same alias. The cult that this member belonged to was called Abraxis, a satanic sect operating in Belgium. In late 1996, the police followed up on the note and raided their headquarters, the Institute of Abraxis, with 150 police officers. Police took away full bags of papers, video cassettes, and even a whole refrigerator. The news outlet Irish Times even said that the police took away black magic ritual implements and human skulls. The high priestess of this satanic cult, Dominique Kindermans, later spoke to the police and stated that, of course, she had no knowledge of Dutroux nor his accomplice Weinstein. But more kept coming out. An abandoned mine complex was searched nearby in the suburb of Jumet. The authorities believed that abducted children, kidnapped by Dutroux, were being held inside of this abandoned mining complex. This is because Dutroux had written about this and drawn out diagrams of it before he was arrested. A spokesman was then asked to comment on the link between Abraxis and the mining complex. However, this spokesman refused. And Abraxis is insane. So if you actually dig into this case and you actually do the research on this thing, a lot of people that I've spoken with about Dutroux, when you bring up this Abraxis angle, they want to say, oh, there was nothing definite ever proven there. There was no concrete connection. And I'll say true. There really wasn't anything that was initially discovered, at least to our knowledge, inside of the Abraxis compound. Which, now that I say that out loud, it's like you got 150 police officers. They obviously thought something was going on there. The Belgian police were already corrupt as in this case, so it's like, even if they found, 15, it's not like they would come out and say that. I mean, it's really weird, but there's some really weird things about Abraxis. The main thing that when you talk to people, they say, oh, they were just kind of a scapegoat for Marc Dutroux, but that's, in my mind, untrue. I mean, the letter itself is extremely bizarre. It's written directly to Bernard Weinstein. It's in his house. I think it was the night before or the day before the raid on Abraxis. Witnesses who lived in the area that surrounded their temple, they actually saw members loading a ton of shit out of the building. Like, it looked like they were moving out, they said. There's people that saw this and they testified about it. So it's just, I mean, really weird timing. So I've gone about as far as you can possibly go when investigating Abraxis, the satanic sect cult that was somewhat tied into the Marc Dutroux case. Now, as you'll notice in this video, in some of these clips, I'm saying Marc Dutroux. That's because I released that episode and then everybody corrected me. So I do know that it's Marc Dutroux. That is my mistake. But in this video, you're about to meet a guy named Nico. We're going to get to Nico in a second. He has got an insane life story. He's going to be in a couple videos. He's actually working with us to expose a human organ harvesting ring and murder torture ring that exists right now in France. But Nico has some close ties to this Abraxis cult. We're going to discuss those in a moment. But just recently, a few weeks ago, Nico emailed me a document. Now, he came across this document doing some deep dives. It's actually a leaked document from the Dutch police force detailing their investigation into the Abraxis cult. Now, Nico initially translated some of this stuff and worked with me in bringing a translation to light, and then I ran all of this through a translation software. But this is one of the most damning, one of the most disturbing documents I've ever had the mispleasure of investigating thoroughly. And so for this documentary, we're going to examine this in detail because it's a common thing that I've heard from people who research Dutroux, that this Abraxis thing was some sort of smoke and mirror show and a distraction. Now, I believe that there are certain things that governments do to distract people, but with this specific instance of the Abraxis Institute, I personally don't believe that it was a smoke show. I don't think that it was a method to distract people. I think that what happened there was legit and legitimately tied into this network. And this document really proves some of these allegations that I'm making. So let's deep dive into this thing. I want to thank Nico for helping me translate through this and for sending me this leaked document. So the first page about this is an official police document from the gendarme in Belgium, which is like the Belgian police force. The first page itself, right there, says that the investigation into Abraxis was open for kidnapping of a child, or enlèvement d'un enfant. But it made me wonder, who is this infant? Whose disappearance were they looking into? Was the intelligence that led to this raid specifically the note that we talked about from Bernard Weinstein? Or did they have more information about what was happening at the Abraxis building that was never disclosed to the public? Page 2 is also interesting. A rough translation of the page reads as follows. Following the case better described above, and more particularly the Abraxis section, we have re-examined all the duties and reports carried out in this case. After reading and analyzing the various actions carried out by all the departments concerned, it appears that many duties could still be carried out, both in the disappearances and sacrifices section of the Institute Abraxis itself, that in the head of members execrated by the Institute. These former members could, on the basis of various statements, have created covens in the Brussels region as well as in Courtrai, whose practices could prove to be more hard than the practices of Forties. These members would have been execrated because of their ideas being too hard. For these reasons, it seems appropriate to us to carry out the homework. For the sake of clarity, we describe the situation by person involved and historically where possible. We start with the people directly involved in the case, whom we suspect to have created temples or covens outside. So in this official report, they're mentioning that in addition to feeling like Abraxis itself should have been investigated further, they're also saying that there seem to have been rogue members from Abraxis who were too evil for even Abraxis itself, who may have splintered and formed their own cults or satanic cells across Belgium. All of this lines up with the testimony from Regina Louf about these hunting parties and the great evil of Marc Dutroux. The report itself, though, is incredibly interesting and revealing, and in all of the research I've done on this case, I'm deeply surprised and troubled that not only was this the first time I've ever come across this document, but I also learned some new facts about the case in specific that left me, let's just say, disturbed. So, as the document shows, 3 members of Abraxis, the cult, were specially investigated. Dominique Kindermans, otherwise known as Nahima Neftis, Armand van Gijzegem, and Francis de Smet, otherwise known as Anubis. They're the members discussed and commonly associated with the Dutroux case due to Bernard Weinstein, Dutroux's accomplice's letter. In fact, the letter signed Anubis that was found at Bernard Weinstein's place by the authorities is actually mentioned on page 3 of this official report. The rough translation of the information on this page is as follows. In addition to the letter discovered during the search of his home, signed Anubis, the person named Alstein's Marie Rose recognizes the person concerned as having come on at least 2 occasions to the home of Kindermans Elaine, Rue de la Source 113 in Brussels in 1988. At the time of the events, Alstein's was living with Kindermans. A hearing of Kindermans will have to be carried out concerning his relations with Weinstein, as well as a possible confrontation with Alstein's in due course, and in collaboration with the file 8796. If Alstein's allegations prove to be correct, this would establish that Anubis, in the letter addressed to Weinstein, was indeed Francis de Smet, who has not yet been heard on the subject. On the other hand, let us remind Mr. Judge Langlois of our report, there's the report number and date, establishing a liaison possible between Weinstein and the Happy House in Brisseux and the Ballade in Liège. On this subject, a search with the Postal Services remains still to be carried out, in order to establish whether it was a whole box or a letter addressed to Weinstein. Interestingly, on page 4, the investigative report states that authorities discovered that someone associated with the Abraxis cult, actually, at the time that all of these allegations were made, just so happened to work in a local bar that was frequently visited by, and at one point even ran by, none other than the supposed leader of the Dutroux ring, Michel Nahul. Remember Nahul, that truly evil ghoul of a man? Yeah, he used to both own part of and hang out at the same bar where an Abraxis accomplice and cult member worked. So there's a connection right there between the Dutroux ring and Abraxis. An employee of the Dutroux ring leader is a cult member in the Abraxis cult. But it's just a coincidence, right? I don't think so. It's right there in the writing. Dominique Kindermans, born Elaine Kindermans, was one of the leaders of the Abraxis cult and was a sex worker, formerly a man who had undergone surgery to change sexes from male to female. Dominique created the OLI, or Order Luciferian Initiatique, with another sex worker called Irene Grobler in 1987. Another nefarious name that gets involved here in these documents is Francis de Smet, who would eventually go by the name Anubis, who was the person who signed the letter to Bernard Weinstein, Dutroux's accomplice, the letter that kicked this whole chain of events off. This event is referenced on page 7 of this report. The OLI, or Order Luciferian Initiatique, was first affiliated with Wicca, but Dominique Kindermans at the time also belonged to a German Masonic lodge, which influenced her beliefs in a different direction. And interestingly, this report even states that human remains were apparently found in an oven in that Masonic lodge to which Dominique used to belong. Strangely enough, in a rough translation, the report states, Dominique boasts of being part of a German Masonic lodge and advocates of the Aryan race. She is said to come from Bavarian nobility and presents herself as Kindermans de Blitzen. In 1990, Kindermans and de Smet left for Savennières, where a temple was created. According to the current owner, substances found in the bread oven remain to be verified and could, subject to doubt, be similar to human remains. So that's odd. That's extremely odd. Very, very odd. But this report just continues to grow more interesting and more deeply disturbing. Page 8 reveals some telling truths. On page 8, the report states that Dominique Kindermans, one of the future leaders of the Abraxis cult, used hypnosis during satanic rituals, and the police in Belgium at the time possessed enough evidence that they believed she might have used hypnosis on a girl named Dani Oven, who at one point had been the rumored target of none other than Marc Dutroux. A rough translation of page 8 reads, in '92, Kindermans and De Smet moved to Fortjes-le-Marche, where they are still currently located. That's the location of the Abraxis Institute. There they continued their activities and recreated the temple. Kindermans officiates as a high priestess and is said to be of an extraordinary intelligence. According to Alsteins, Kindermans would use sophrology under hypnosis and would have treated a 13/14-year-old boy who treated from enuresis or incontinence when they lived together in Rue de la Source. It is worth noting that if Kindermans does indeed master hypnosis, this could perhaps explain the Ovan Dani episode, who wandered around Fortjes under the rain in a daze. The document further discusses this incident with Dani Ovan in further disturbing detail. The translated text on page 13 reads, Dani Ovan attended the Institute Abraxis and maintained contact by courier with Anubis within the framework. On April 9, 1994, she was found by a patrol from the Marchienne au Pont Brigade, wandering around Courcelles dressed all in black. She was speaking incoherently and seemed to be under the influence of drugs or hypnosis, no longer having any sense of orientation on time and space. After being brought back to sanity, she began holding satanic remarks and evoking Francis de Smet, the Grand Master. After a moment of calm, she undresses and she then screams, "Take me, Anubis, jackal," asks for the key to the Senate, and evokes satanic characters. She also screams that she is carrying Satan's child. These facts are the subject of, and that says the police report right there. Following these events, she had to be hospitalized and monitored by a psychologist. When questioned later, she remained evasive about what happened, speaking of an episode with a taxi driver. So that's really unsettling. If you take all of that information in, it's a real report from the police, stating that this woman violently began to pleasure herself, screaming out, "Anubis, take me, jackal," screaming satanic stuff. I mean, it's bizarre. Now, interestingly, on page 8 of this document, we find another curious admission. Talking to the police under oath in a sworn statement, a man named Pierre Guelph, a member of the Abraxis cult, claims that in 1993, the cult performed a solstice ritual with children. The translated text states, information currently being processed by 3SRC could indicate the sacrifice of a young girl. However, the periods in question do not seem to correspond to the dates of existence of the Fortjes temple. So right there, they're stating that they have information that a young girl may have been sacrificed in the Abraxis cult. During his hearings, Kindermans always claimed that no minor did attend his rituals, while Pierre Guelph declares having attended a summer solstice in 1993 in Fortjes in the presence of children. However, no wrongdoing was committed during this ritual, which could be considered an open house day. Now that's odd. Strange, right? The current narrative, as it stands, claims that there was zero involvement between children and the Abraxis cult. Yet here, in a document that very few have ever seen before, we see evidence that children have indeed, to some degree, been involved with the cult's activities. Of course, they aren't going to directly admit to sacrificing and children to the police, but it's curious to me that they do mention that children had, in the past, been present during these rituals. It's a very strange admission, in my opinion. Then on page 10 is the confirmation of some of the claims I've already made in this video, and in previous videos. At the start of the documents section on Francis de Smet, aka Anubis, the person who the letter found in Dutroux accomplice Weinstein's home seemed to be sent from, Francis is described very unusually by the authorities as a, quote, sex maniac, both in his words and his actions, end quote. The document also walks us, the readers, through the formation of the Abraxis cult by De Smet, or Anubis, and Kindermans, otherwise known as Nehima Neftis. A rough translation reads, in '91 he created the Abraxis Institute and bought the house in Fortjes for 2,400,000 FB with the help of a personal loan made by a friend, Coderc Jean-Claude, who lived in the south of France. In his hearing, De Smet stated that he had purchased the house from the non-profit organization on December 13, 1996. In this hearing, De Smet also states that Abraxis' ritual practices take place with butcher's blood and beef hearts of the same origin. During the Alsteins hearing, it emerged that in order to access the 5th degree of Wicca, another organization, one must pass through the bed of Francis De Smet. This 5th degree is also necessary to be a part of the initiates. Alsteins also states that he would be the type to recreate the Third Reich. During his hearing, DeSmit declared that there were other Anubises following an anonymous telephone call that he had received. He gave information about a man named Patrick, who we were able to identify as Patrick Erneman, another Abraxis member. Based on information provided by Francis DeSmit reporting satanic activities in the Quarter de la Rue in a garage in Anderlecht, it is clear that the person concerned has voluntarily concealed the identity from Erneman, since the latter is perfectly known to him. It is likely that his intentions are to keep us away from the Institute. So, if you had a little trouble understanding that there, Francis DeSmit, or Anubis, the guy who signed that letter to Marc Dutroux's accomplice, was trying to protect his fellow members in Abraxis, and he wasn't answering questions straight on to the police. He was giving them the runaround. It seemed to investigators like he was hiding something, and his documented behaviors were very weird, to say the least. You see, on page 10, it states that the day before the official search of the Abraxis Institute, the raid that was carried out by the 150 police officers, the owner of the house, Francis DeSmit, was seen moving out plenty of boxes inside of a utility van. The rough translation of this page reads as follows. The day before the search in Forches, Francis DeSmit moved many boxes using a van from the Musée des Arts Royaux, by which he's employed. So DeSmit was an employee of the Museum of Royal Arts. 6 men and 1 woman participated in this move of several cardboard boxes and a black piano. Between the departure and the return of this van, the time elapsed was approximately 1 hour, which suggests that the unloading place must have been relatively close. Currently, DeSmit works at the Royal Museum of Marymount. A search of his workplace could perhaps allow us to find the objects moved by the person concerned. In the same vein, we could check whether the person concerned deals in human bones or not, following a statement from a work colleague stating that he does. Ultimately, a detailed hearing of DeSmit should be considered. It's strange, right? The police themselves were advocating for a more thorough, in-depth investigation of Francis DeSmit and all of his alleged dirty dealings and bizarre satanic rituals. But it seems like that never happened. This entire investigation went nowhere, and remember, it was publicly announced that no evidence was found at the Abraxis Institute and that the members of this cult were just your average Joe normal members of society with no bad intentions or evil in their hearts. But the evidence presented in this leaked document definitely seems to speak otherwise. But that's not all. On page 11, it's stated that Irene Grobler, another member of the Abraxis cult, often brought fellow sex workers inside the Abraxis Institute. Speaking about Irene Grobler, a rough translation of this page states, "The person concerned has been known to our services for prostitution and pimping for many years. She was one of the founders of OLI, or Order Luciferian Initiate, as treasurer, and has very regular contacts with Kindermans and DeSmit for many years. She created an Abraxis temple in Gembloux, Boussier in 91 or 92, when the DeSmit couple resided in Try-des-Vignes in Savenay. Her ritual name is Mahaleth, referencing a demon who delays pregnancies or causes miscarriages. She pushes women to carnal pleasures as well as to prostitution and erotic fantasies. She's been a member of EBS, Wicca, and OLI since 1208-90. Following a file from the BSR of Namur, an investigation against her was opened at the public prosecutor's office on the charge of pimping, extortion, and fraud. The person concerned was leading and converted her prostitutes at Abraxis. She then made them sing while threatening them with bewitchments or spells, so as to make them bring in more money in her bars, which she operated with Ballister Bruno, from whom she is now separated. Until recently, she lived with the named Raoul Voy, wife Cora Flora, tied to 6060 Charleroi. Further in-depth investigation is necessary due to Grobler's membership in prostitution circles. In fact, it would be necessary to check whether there are any links between its activities, pimps, and Abraxis, in addition to the presence and enlistment of its waitresses. At the current stage of the investigation, Irene Grobler's role, apart from her role as treasurer, is not clearly understood within Abraxis. Given the meaning of her ritual name, one may wonder whether she is not active in the field of abortion and fetus trafficking. Now those are words from the official document. Strange, right? The higher-ups in the Belgian government and the authorities claimed that these cult members were just average, everyday members of society. But as these leaked documents reveal, they had knowledge that they were pimping and prostitutes, engaging in bizarre sex rituals, and hypnotizing people, and using blood and meat to carry out satanic acts. It even alleges that members could be involved in fetus trafficking, whatever that means. I've never heard of that before. But it gets even more disturbing. On page 12 of the document, a minor named Samir Ashish testified about being inside of the Abraxis Institute with another child named Warrid. The rough translation of this page reads, "Let us draw the attention of Mr. Judge to the vanity of an article from French newspaper La Nouvelle Gazette on 3/3/97, reporting a victim nicknamed Samir, which would have suffered serious sexual abuse in the Forchis Abraxis temple. The person concerned refers to one of his as being a man named Bruno B. We suspect that this is Ballister Bruno, Irene Grobler's husband. Remember, we just talked about Irene Grobler, the satanic prostitute pimp. That's her husband that's abused of children in the Abraxis Institute. Samir would have been brought in 87 to 88 to Forchis, to the Abraxis temple, accompanied by another child named Warrid, who would have disappeared at this time. The journalist Debach of Morgan would be in possession of the list of members with their addresses, who would be protected by high-ranking people. Ashish could be contacted via a certain Willie Marceau, known for acts of pedophilia, and a complaint would be in the hands of Mr. Clarion of New Chateau. We propose the obtaining of an apostille in order to meet Mr. Ryan in New Chateau in order to verify information and to attempt to make telephone contact with Ashish, who was the kid making these accusations. If the facts are verified, a letter of request could be issued necessary in order to be able to audition Ashish and to present him with a photo album of the Abraxis protagonists who concern us. So that's incredibly interesting, that whole report right there. According to the official story, there was never any evidence that any children were abused at the Abraxis Institute. And yet key members are supposedly tied into the disappearances of children and the of other children, and it says right there in the report that they suspect that some of this was carried out, like I just said, by members inside of the Abraxis Institute in Forchis. And it even mentions that other associated satanic sects were known to children, these sect members being friends of Abraxis. Weird, right? But I'm sure that that's all just completely normal. It should be noted that in 1997, Samir, the kid making those accusations, with the help of investigative journalist Bruno Forchereau, wrote and released a book titled L'Enfant Sacrifié à Satan, or The Child Sacrificed to Satan. In the book, Samir details horrific abuse that he allegedly suffered at the hands of Abraxis members, the members of other local satanic cults, and powerful people throughout Belgium. This book has been widely scrubbed from the internet. I actually couldn't find an English translation available, and there are no physical copies for sale anywhere online. Weird. It's like someone has tried to scrub Samir's testimony from the public consciousness. Regardless, I find it incredible that no one has really ever linked Samir's testimony with Abraxis. It's a clear allegation of child that occurred there at the Institute, and yet I hadn't heard of it before reading this leaked document. This whole thing really is a trip. There's also more discussion of the bizarre practices of Abraxis and information about other members on page 14. The roughly translated text on that page reads, Grandelette Tanya, wife of Potenberg Freddy, born in Cologne, nicknamed Ahmed, the person concerned, or Tanya, served as an altar, naked, during the Black Masses. She had to accept the rite of the wish, which consists of allowing the congregation to come and kiss the pubis of the altar woman. Grandelette is probably the person cited by Bayans as lying naked on a table in the lawns of Forchis, or the Abraxis Institute, in the middle of other people also naked. It should also be noted that Tanya is the wife of Freddy, police officer in Anden, nicknamed Phoenix. He teaches science and poetry, and he quickly executes requests. Who's been a member of Abraxis since 5/1990. It also states he was a secretary for the Institute of Abraxis. So local police officers were in this satanic cult too. Interesting. The documents also mention other people that were investigated, and it keeps getting weirder. Like, check this out. Francois Willow, alias Celia, known to our services for prostitution, nicknamed Melusine, linked to Hastier, Rue de Meuse, member in Abraxis, whose initiation was refused for theft. The person concerned lives with the named person, Frank Wadier, alias Frankie, known to our services for weapons and ammunition. Same obedience, same dates of incorporation and ejection. The interested parties have a satanic temple at their home and were searched on 12397 by the PJ Dinant. Then it lists a police report for prostitution and pimping. Currently, we don't know the results of this search. So this couple who had tried to join Abraxis but were denied, but were still associated somehow with the cult, their home was searched by authorities on charges of prostitution and pimping, but none of the authorities knew what the results of that search were. It's like the search happened, but it also didn't happen because nobody even knows what came from it. Weird. And it just gets weirder and weirder. Back to this document. They both claim to have been part of the far-right groups Assat and AGIR. During the search, numerous objects and posters with Nazi connotations were noticed. Willow has a P.O. box where it offers free initiations to magic, witchcraft, astrology, and pagan rituals. It is likely that these announcements are related to his prostitution and that they are used to recruit new clients. She also calls herself Lilith, who is a Luciferian androgyne, sister of Nehema, particularly a murderer of young children and a goddess of infanticide. While going through the couple's trash, pieces of videotape revealed the couple naked with another couple practicing satanic rites in the attic of their house. The couple identifying them is not identified. So many bizarre leads, and so many unanswered questions. But the breadcrumbs are there. This woman, who's associated with the Abraxis in one way or another, who's a dedicated, devoted Luciferian satanic worshipper, nicknamed herself Lilith, after a deity who is known for the murder of young children, or infanticide. Curious, right? Well, on another page, page 18, it describes more associated persons that were involved in some way or another with the Abraxis cult. People like Alain Van Oetgarden, a well-known star in Belgium. Van Oetgarden, Alain, born in Brussels, nickname Osiris, a member of Abraxis from 9/1893 to 8/15/94. The person concerned is a homosexual prostitute under the aliases Xavier and David. He is known in the pornography industry and has resided in the surroundings of the home of Pinheiro Manuel, linked to Brussels, Rue Sans-Souci 110, where Benessa Lubna was kidnapped. This section is currently being handled by ADG Legendre of the BDA de Brussels. Now, it's really interesting that they mention the abduction and murder of Lubna Benessa in this section. It's a crime that I had never heard of, but it's very bizarre when you consider this crime in the context of the Dutroux case. You see, in 1992, 9-year-old Lubna was abducted in the middle of the day near her home, and she vanished without a trace. However, her dead body was found 5 years later in the garage of a local named Patrick Derochette. It turns out that there were more errors in this investigation, and immediately the public drew a parallel between the Marc Dutroux case and the Lubna Benessa kidnapping. As it turned out, investigators hadn't looked into all possible leads. They had missed glaring evidence, and for 5 years they had ignored Lubna's family members and seemingly tried their hardest not to find the little girl's body. However, this whole story changed when in September of 1996, roughly 4 years after Lubna went missing, her case was handed to an investigation unit in Chateau, Belgium, the same investigation unit that was tasked with solving the Dutroux affair. So already, as we know, that investigation unit and the entire force behind it was corrupt. The cops on that force were corrupt. Some of the cops, as alleged in documents like the one we're examining now, were possibly members of Abraxis and satanic cults. The entire thing was a massive cover-up. And this decision to hand the investigation of another missing child to people that are already fumbling the investigation of multiple missing children raises a lot of questions. Now, quickly, the Dutroux investigators located Lubna's killer, Patrick Derochette. He was a local who had previously been convicted for crimes against children, who had murdered Lubna and kept her in a cellar in his parents' gas station near the area where she went missing from. As it turned out, the investigators had already interviewed Patrick early on in the investigation, but had let him go because he had an alibi that they had never investigated. If they would have even looked into this alibi for just a few minutes, they would have seen that Patrick had been lying straight to their faces about where he was on the day Lubna went missing, but they didn't look into it. In addition, search teams waited 16 days after Lubna's disappearance to use scent-sniffing dogs to search for her, because, get this, the dog team was on vacation at the time. I mean, these details are just unbelievable. The corruption and malfeasance in all these cases is just staggering. I mean, it's definitely interesting how you can see the parallels between Dutroux and Patrick Derochette. They both kidnapped children. They're both pedophiles and killers, and they both kept these kids in some sort of makeshift basement or dungeon for indefinite periods of time. And just like Dutroux, immediately after being arrested, Patrick proclaimed his innocence in some degree or another, stating that he had accidentally killed the girl. And in an interesting twist, the judge presiding over the case determined that Patrick Derochette was mentally unfit for trial, so there was never a trial. No evidence, to my knowledge, was ever released to the public, and instead of being sent to prison, Patrick was sent to a mental institution where he was locked up away from the public and the media until his death in 2016. Just a few years after the conviction, the gas station where Lubna's body was discovered, once managed by Patrick the was demolished, preventing any further analysis or investigation of the location in the future. It's weird, right? Something just feels off about that whole thing to me. The parallels between Patrick and Dutroux, the dungeons, the kidnappings, the police failing and looking the other way and trying their hardest not to investigate, the ignorance and failures by the authorities. Could Lubna and Patrick have been connected to the Marc Dutroux network? Could she have been kidnapped by Patrick for use in the ring? I don't know, but something just stinks about this whole thing to me. And you add in the fact that one of the Abraxis members that was investigated during the Dutroux affair lived in the exact, I'm talking immediate area where Lubna was kidnapped from, and that was such a major coincidence that the Dutroux investigators made a note of it in their official documents. It's really weird. They actually state that this guy who they're somewhat investigating for their, alleged sacrifices and kidnappings of children, he lived on the same street in the same area as another famous kidnapped and missing child. It's weird. I'm not going crazy. It's really weird. And I might be the first person online to suggest that these affairs may be connected. But what I can definitely say is that it is weird. When there's smoke, there's fire. In another portion of the document, an alleged associate of Abraxis named Armand, a close friend and contact of Dominique Kindermans, one of the leaders of Abraxis, is discussed. And this is disturbing. Page 23, after being roughly translated, states, Van Gijzegem Armand, alias Abavang, numerous elements in hearings prove that the person concerned put Alstein's and Kinderman's Dominique in contact, and is in contact via his bookstores and publishing house with numerous Belgian and French esoteric movements. The evidence in hearings tend to establish that the person concerned has pedophile tendencies. Then it says, you see a police report, he's already been prosecuted for moral offenses and fraud. The person concerned obtained large sums of money from the person named Desi Suzanne. She also could have engaged in activities in the company of Van Gijzegem, who allegedly provided her with young people to satisfy her urges. Although he denies being part of any Satanist movement, we have evidence that the company, knowing to be his home publishing, is part of the French movement Wicca. So this guy, Armand Van Gijzegem, was pure evil, and he was directly associated with Abraxis. Making a quick departure from the specific Abraxis file that we've been discussing here, I want to bring into this discussion a few police reports and interviews from around the same time of the Abraxis raid that I want to show you that were leaked with the Dutroux dossier that really paint a new picture of this guy, Armand Van Gijzegem, a picture that he would probably rather not be painted. The information that I'm about to present to you was obtained through the Dutroux dossier, or the Dutroux X-Files, that were released years back by WikiLeaks. The following information specifically was obtained from Belgian Police Statement 5.341, 21/12/1996, and was an interview with Willy Vassell, an occultist and cartoonist employed at one point by Armand Van Gijzegem, the guy we're talking about, and a known associate of individuals in Abraxis. Here's a summary of what I gathered from this police report. These are just some summary notes. You can go read the full report online. I'm publishing all this stuff in the description of this video. So in the report, basically, this guy Willie says, he states that Van Gijzegem told him that he regularly makes love to little girls who were locked up in iron cages. He spoke about 5-year-old girls with excitement. This employee stated that Van Gijzegem told him he goes regularly to Thailand. He said that Van Gijzegem physically threatened him, just like he did to another employee of his, and he mentioned the name of a criminal of Charleroi, Jean Rensen. Now, this police report also states that Van Gijzegem is linked to Abraxis and hangs out all the time with Anubis and Nehima, the two leaders of Abraxis, the two people that are tied into the Dutroux case. So Maurice Jostin, a member of Abraxis, explained to the guy that's being interviewed for this police report that during a black mass at the Abraxis Institute, a man died and that his death was covered up. His body was disposed of. Van Overstraat, who is Van Gijzegem's lawyer, is also a member of Abraxis. Van Gijzegem was protected by Charles Peake, a notable Belgian politician. Jacques Lejeune and Van Kouwenberg, who's the mayor of Charleroi, the town where all this was taking place at the time, are involved in pedophilia, which is what this guy testified to the police about in this report, and he states who he learned this from and heard this from. He also stated that the mayor and these powerful people were involved in drug trafficking coming from Turkey via the airport of Gosselies, or Charleroi Airport. This witness also said he had knowledge that Van Gijzegem had been seen in Bangkok, Thailand, discussing rates with pimps, that Van Gijzegem was at the center of trafficking young girls from Thailand to Belgium and Hamburg. He said that the cleaning lady of Van Gijzegem is scared to talk to anybody about about what she knows. She says that Van Gysegem sometimes goes by Aba Vang, which is referenced in the Abraxis document, which is completely different, so it corroborates. Van Gysegem allegedly also attended orgies with Desi, another member of the Abraxis cult, who inherited a large Belgian company, and she got a lot of money. And they also stated that Van Gysegem frequently had minors in his office. So this is all stuff that an employee, a former employee of Van Gysegem and an associate of Abraxis, told a police officer. So that's very horrible shit. But now we have to move on to a completely different police statement that was made to the police. Police Statement 5.205-901-1997, which was an interview with Lingursky Milka, who was referenced in that last police report, a woman who had been employed by Armand Van Gysegem for a period of a year, from 1994 to 1995. Now, here's my summary of this police report. She basically states in this report that she had stopped working for Van Gysegem because she was physically assaulted by him. She said that he had a lot of money, but was incompetent as a book publisher, which raises a lot of flags to me. Where's he getting the money from? She also states that Van Gysegem was very interested in young children, and that he frequently boasted to her of his exploits in Asia. Someone named Charlet said that he had met Van Gysegem while they were in Thailand. Van Gysegem allegedly stated he was protected and that no criminal charges were ever going to be laid against him. Van Gysegem had proposed to go with his employee to the Abraxis Institute. He wanted to have her come with him to Abraxis for a ritual, but she declined. Desi was probably the mistress of Van Gysegem. And remember, Desi's tied into this report, she's tied into the last report, and she's tied into Abraxis. And apparently, Desi, this rich woman, gave Van Gysegem a lot of money. This ex-employee of Van Gysegem also told the authorities that she had heard vague rumors of a black mass that was held at Abraxis, at which a man had died and his death had been covered up. So that's the second time we have a reference to a man who died during a black mass at the Abraxis Institute that was covered up. Weird, right? And finally, we have one third police report to review. This report is an interview of Lillian Scrowen, another former employee of Armand Van Gysegem. And once again, you're going to hear and see some familiar things repeated here. Keep in mind, I've read through the report and interview, and it's very long, so here are just a few key takeaways or pieces of information that I gathered from the report. So this is gathered from Police Statement 5.053-14-1-1997, interview of Scrowen Lillian. So Lillian was a teacher at St. Peter's College in UCCLE. Since 1998, she was a copywriter for Van Gysegem. She refused to contribute to the Prince of This World project, which was that book that Abraxis published, which actually we're going to show you a real copy of in a moment, because she said that the texts and illustrations in the book were too daring. She also claims that she participated in a black mass at Abraxis. She said that very young children were brought by their parents to the Abraxis Institute and took communion there in the name of Satan. Dominique Kindermans, who was the main leader of the Abraxis cult, she said that Dominique is very intelligent and very dishonest. She also claimed that Armand Van Gysegem, her boss, gave her videos containing an account of his life in order to produce a book. In these videos, he spoke of his sex life and of acts of pedophilia that he committed in Asia. She claims that he states that he never committed a crime in Belgium. She doesn't have a copy of those videos because she had an argument with Van Gysegem and he took them back. So, as you can tell through all those reports, no one really seemed to like Armand Van Gysegem, and he seemed to be a very smart predator, a predator who operated in different countries so that he couldn't technically be caught in his own. But predators always get hungry. I believe that there had to have been victims of Armand Van Gysegem in Belgium, victims either tied to Dutroux, to Abraxis, or even both. Now, in addition, Armand Van Gysegem appears again in the Dutroux dossier in a report made on 16/1/1997 by PJ Turnout de Proust concerning Aba Vang or Van Gysegem. The note filed and entered into police evidence was based on a claim by an anonymous witness, stating that Armand Van Gysegem was a friend and close acquaintance of a man named John Stamford. This note is of interest because John Stamford, who was a defrocked English priest, died while awaiting trial in Belgium for organizing trips to foreign countries. He was definitely guilty and he would have been found guilty. So he was arranging these trips for rich men in Belgium to fly to foreign countries so that they could assault children. And he even said that Thailand was one of the most important and frequently traveled to destinations by this specific group. So through that small note, that random reference, it seems that the allegations against Van Gysegem were confirmed. However, the note and that information was never followed up on by the authorities, and to my knowledge, Armand Van Gysegem was never apprehended by the police or brought to justice for children. He was never arrested, he was never charged with anything. He got away with it. It seems that Armand had the same sort of protection that Marc Dutroux had. You see, at one point, the authorities did actually raid Armand's business, but he just so happened to not be there on that day. In fact, no one was there at his office that day. No one was working. I wonder why. And the doors were locked, padlocked in fact, so the authorities left, and for some reason, they deemed another search unnecessary and called the entire thing off. So like I said, this is really, really bizarre stuff. So there you have an almost 100% confirmed pedophile directly linked to the upper echelons of law enforcement, the Marc Dutroux network, and to Abraxis. He's a close confidant of the two main founders of the Abraxis Institute. But we need to move on. On page 25, it also discusses how the items seized from the Abraxis search and the other apparently related raids that took place throughout Belgium had yet to be analyzed. It discusses legal loopholes that need to be jumped through in order to obtain handwriting analysis samples to match that Anubis letter up, and simply states in a bold font, "To date, no objects taken have been analyzed." We could go through this document all day. There is a lot of weirdness in it after all, but I'll leave you with a final strange discovery. On page 20, a woman named Muriel Kempeneers, an optician by trade, who was also a member of the Abraxis cult, is discussed at length. And in this document, a police informant stated that they were shown a homemade porn video of Muriel, the Abraxis cult member, having sex with a very young teenager. The rough translation of the document speaking about this woman, Muriel Kempeneers, is as follows. The person concerned is an optician and has been denounced as being involved in satanic rites. She is said to have a place set up in the cellars at this address, which could turn out to be a satanic temple. On the third floor of this building, the anonymous informant noticed the presence of hundreds of cassettes and watched a pornographic cassette in which appears sexual relations with a young daughter who seems very young, not yet formed, and whose hair is not yet developed. Other details speak of black and red masses and suggest that she regularly attends the Abraxis Institute. After contact with Inspector Van Ken, author of the report, it was concluded that he had to see his informant again, who had shown him the home of the person who had initiated Kempeneers, the woman that we're talking about here, into Satanism. In the information given by the informant, mention is made of the of Kempeneers' companion, named Francis Ronsmans, who died at Muriel Kempeneers' home, who actually died by defenestration on 7/9/93. Now this is interesting to note. I had never heard the word defenestration before. Apparently it means the action of throwing someone out of a window. Weird. Back to the report. On this subject, the person reporting the offense informed us that he had carried out checks on the subject and that the person concerned had indeed died after being thrown out of a window. His foot was in plaster when he committed, and he was depressed. There is no doubt, interestingly, it says this in here, there is no doubt that this was a We propose that a search be carried out at the home of Kempeneers for the purpose of searching for the temple and the cassettes of character. It seems abnormal that Kempeneers is not included in the Abraxis member list when she is a member. Now, you have an associate of an alleged who lives with the and they suddenly their own life by jumping out of a third-story window. And keep in mind that the third story where he was pushed, or I guess he jumped out of, that story is supposedly where the police informant said that Muriel kept those tapes of her engaging in activities with minors. So was this person looking through these tapes found something that Muriel didn't want him to find and she pushed him out of the window to stop him from telling anybody? I mean, is this all starting to sound familiar? The rest of the information in the document just contains additional information on other members of the Abraxis cult. Strange information at that, and at points there are excerpts from the Abraxis booklets. It's really interesting to see the listed out names of all the associated members of Abraxis, their jobs and positions, and the places that they were at in life and who they were. There were people in that cult from all walks of life. There was a telephone operator, a hotel employee, a concrete worker, a therapist, members without jobs, and members who were rich. If you want to read through the document and examine it yourself, I'm going to leave a link to it in the description of this video. But I want to point out how weird it was that the police seemingly did not follow up on any of the leads that are mentioned in this report. They never followed up on the report of an Abraxis member who supposedly had videotapes of them children in their possession, whose acquaintance died in their care. Let's add that in there. They didn't act on the accusations of prostitution, mental abuse, child abuse, the disappearances of children, and more. They didn't listen to the child who testified that there were multiple perpetrators that had done terrible things to them inside of the Abraxis Institute. And this report brings up a number of questions in my mind. Did Dominique Kindermans, one of the leaders of the Abraxis cult, use her hypnosis skills on underage participants like Samir, who was discussed in the reports pages? Was anybody in the Dutroux Predator Network an active member of Abraxis? Did any of the Dutroux cronies use the services of the network of Abraxis' sex workers? Did Abraxis use Dutroux as a way to gather children for ritual abuse, or even more disturbingly, human sacrifice? Were politicians and members of the elite ruling class of Belgium hiring Abraxis to have them come out to perform black magic rituals and satanic sacrifices for them at their parties? Why were there human remains in the oven of that German Masonic lodge? What was in those boxes that were moved out on the day before the official search of the Abraxis Institute? Who informed the leaders of the Abraxis Institute that they were going to be raided the next day? I don't know. That is a lot to think about. And I know that that's a lot of information, so thank you for sticking through that with me. But I personally do get a little tired of hearing people discuss this case and listening to them assert that there's nothing wrong with Abraxis or the Abraxis members. These were clearly incredibly broken, incredibly demented people, and we really have no true idea of what they were doing in their temples and in the Institute. We will never really know. Now, I'll leave you on one final thing from the Abraxis document before we get back into the documentary. On pages 47 and 48, excerpts are shown from a book published by the Abraxis cult, their self-written, illustrated, and published so-called Dictionary of Demons. On these pages are very graphic illustrations of demons, including one illustration of the demon Belial, who they write is the inventor of swear words and blasphemy, the promoter of homosexuality, increased wages, and professional success, and, eerily enough, the protector of those who blaspheme, the protector of the traitors and heretics and criminals. Now, take a look at this illustration. Does that happen to remind you of anything? Well, let's flash back to the very beginning of this video, to the video of those guys exploring Marc Dutroux's former home in Sars-le-Boussier.
Regarde, il y a un vélo. Le vélo de son fils. Le vélo d'elle. Putain, c'est chaud.
C'est chaud.
Je comprends pas.
Is this a connection? Did Dutroux believe that Belial was protecting him in his criminal business, in his shady underworld of money, trafficked children, and child pornography? Was he really associated with these dark rituals and satanic sects like Abraxis? Well, to find out more information, I met up with a man named Nico Claux at his house in France to ask him some questions about it. Nico has been practicing dark magic and Satanism for decades. In a video that's coming in the near future though, we partnered with Nico to shine the light on some extremely disturbing individuals in his community, and he actually helped us expose some deeply disturbing organizations that have existed in the shadows in France for decades. You see, Nico has been contacted by these shadowy organizations in the past, and they've asked if he could carry out their dirty work for them, aka the torture and murder of innocents on camera. Now that story is crazy on its own, we've got lots of proof on that one, and we'll be exposing that whole cult, which is different than all of this, in a video in the near future. But back to Abraxis. Nico is familiar with Abraxis not only because he owns a few items directly taken from the cult's headquarters, but because he used to run around in the same satanic circles as some of those members. Nico, as it turns out, is one of the good ones who wants to help us expose these creeps for who they really are. Nico is a person who loves Satan and he loves the devil, and you can have your opinions on that, but he's working with us to expose these predators and giving us as much information as possible. And when you see that video we filmed with him in his hometown, I think you're going to be shocked. There's so much to go over, but let's cut to that interview now. Let's talk about Marc Dutroux and Abraxis and kind of like how it all relates.
I have to get this handy. I got a plaque here. Right there, it was given to me by a guy who actually did death spells for a living. And you know, there's cults, but there's also lone practitioners of the occult. And this guy was one of them. He had this office in Paris, and he would have clients who come over and ask him to cast a spell on this person or that person, or get favors from specific demons to get health or wealth or those kind of things. So that was his job, and he got this plague from this Belgian cult called Abraxis. Those guys, they were involved in the Dutroux case. They were investigated actually because, you know, back then in the 90s, they thought that they were involved in this trafficking that was going on in Belgium. So I do not have any specific info. Is it true? Is it not? All I know is that that plague belonged to that cult. There's traces, white traces on the thing. It's salt because they, after using that plague, they removed the energy from that plague, so they poured salt over it. So if I knew that that plague had been used for ritual sacrifices of children, of course I would set it on fire. That's for sure. But now, I don't think it was. I don't get any energy of that nature from it. And I keep it as a souvenir, more or less. But I don't think that there's any bad energy attached to it. I don't feel anything. I have other objects around me where I can tell you they were used to kill someone. They were used as a part of executions, knives, stuff like that, and they have dark energy. But this thing, no. I don't feel any bad vibes from it.
What would something like that be used for?
Just black masses. Usually this is for black masses when you have something like that. So this is specifically designed by Anton LaVey. This was designed by Anton LaVey. But what most people don't know is that this image, the Goat of Mendes, it's called, was not designed initially by LaVey, but by a French occultist that was called Eliphas Lévy. And he designed this and the Baphomet. The Baphomet is disfigured. That's that you often find associated with satanic cults. Those two drawings, the goat head, the Goat of Mendes, and the Baphomet, were designed by this French occultist in the 19th century. So LaVey just, you know, more or less simplified the design. And this is the design that's on the cover of the Satanic Bible.
So, what do you have? Did you say you have a book?
Yeah,
on Abraxis?
I'll show you a book that I have. I have to find it. All right. So this is the book that they published. I will tell you the year. Let's see. 93. So that was before the Dutroux case. Okay. Brussels. Okay. Those are the names of the cult leaders. Name Nephitis and Anubis. It's a demonology book. There's also rituals that they used, drawings that they made. There's a drawing of Abraxis, and I said Abraxis with an S, not an XS. It's important because people mix up the two, but it's really the god of Abraxis. That was also used by Charles Manson, if you know the Charles Manson case a little bit. Abraxis was one of the demonic entities that he mentioned a lot in his writings and interviews, etc. So it's basically a demonology book. There's the names of demons, some representations, and several ways to invoke them. As far as I remember, I read the book a long time ago. There's no mention of human sacrifice in the book. But sometimes you have to read between the lines, so I don't know. Prince of this world.
So, what was Abraxis? Do you know much about their history?
Not much. It was a couple, and they had a small following in Belgium. It's funny because they were active more or less at the same time than another cult in Paris that was very similar to them. The high priestess of that cult was Diane Lucifera, and the cult I mentioned, the one in Paris, they committed homicide and double suicide in I think it was 1995, so 2 years after the publishing of this book. Very weird case too, and very similar to the way they function and the things they believed in to that called Abraxas. I don't know if they had any connection. It wouldn't surprise me because they were not satanic, they were Luciferian. And I told you the bad guys here are the Luciferians. I think that Abraxas was Luciferian too in their ideology. See, there's mentions of Lucifer a lot in that book. Kabbalah too. What I can tell you is that because of what happened with Dutroux, they had to stop all their activities. So there were at the same time other cults active in Europe, mostly Scandinavia. But yeah, they more or less disappeared into oblivion. I don't know what became of them. Probably died by that time.
So, as an expert of like the occult and stuff like that, do you think it's feasible that a group like that could have been involved with like murders, kidnappings of children? Is that something that you could see happening, or is that just like a myth that people have invented?
No, in that case, in the case of Abraxas, I think there's no smoke without fire. And I think they really were involved in some degree or another with Dutroux. I don't know the specifics of the connection, but given the personalities of those people and what was going on in Belgium at the time, I do think there's a connection.
And what would be the purpose of like having kids that are like murdered for a cult like that? Like, why would they be engaging in that?
They would get money out of it because you have to remember those people who believe in the cult of Lucifer. They're obsessed with wealth, they're obsessed with power, they're obsessed with material gains, stuff that they will get from worshipping. You know, they're not doing it out of for a spiritual purpose. They just want to have also friends who have a lot of influence in politics, in the law, all those domains that they could get a benefit from.
Is there anything else you'd like to add that you think would benefit our Dutroux documentary? Anything you know, or?
I'd say you have to sometimes read between the lines, and you have to understand what's at stake there. I do not believe, for example, that there are big criminal organizations that are involved in that, because for them it would be easier to make a lot of money with much less risk. Okay, sometimes you get smaller mafias which are involved, but the big organizations, no. Plus they have their own code of honor. They don't get involved in that shit. But greed is greed. Sometimes people are so greedy they would do anything for money. So power corrupts, and there's a lot of hypocrisy in when you look at it in this, because some people who are in those organizations we know that this kind of shit is going on in some of the lodges. They have this code between them where they won't rat on each other just because they are part of the same league. So they're as guilty as the actual people who run those rings, those snuff rings and all this shit. For me, they have the same level of responsibility. When one of them goes down, everything goes down with them, and this is when the take place, arranged. Yeah, You know, it's easy for someone to actually kill someone else in prison when he's paid for it and pretend it's a it's kind of easy.
After my interview with Nico, I knew that this wasn't over. There was some force that was pulling me through the streets of Belgium, and it led me to the front door of the old Abraxis Institute in the town of Charleroi. As I drove through those streets late at night, I couldn't help but notice the shadows as they grew darker and darker the nearer I approached to the old Abraxis building. What secrets did this area hold? What horrific things did these buildings and materials bear witness to? These are questions to which we may never have answers. That is, unless we keep asking the right questions. But at that moment, I was scared, anxious, but I knew that this is where my journey was leading me. On December 21st, 1996, the Belgian authorities, 150 officers, members of local SWAT-type teams, officials, performed a raid on the building behind me. In a strange twist, I was born on December 22nd, 1996, so this happened on the day before my birthday. Basically, the building behind me that I'm about to go look at was the former home of the satanic sect known as Abraxis. They worshipped Lucifer, they were very into black magic and the occult, and when the police raided this building, it's because they thought that they might be performing a child sacrifice that evening. But it was common knowledge that this raid was coming, and eyewitnesses who lived on this street that I'm on actually said that the day before the police raid, they saw members of Abraxis carrying large cases out of their building, loading up a bunch of stuff to be brought out of the building. So it's pretty obvious that they were tipped off, most likely by somebody in the authorities who gave them the heads up that the police were coming the next day. In addition, there is a member of Abraxis that I'm going to talk about in a second who was a known, and he was connected to these other organizations. He liked to go to Thailand. He bragged about how he liked to get with 5-year-olds. He was just generally a really sick guy, but he was never charged or prosecuted for his crimes to my knowledge. Yeah, there's just a lot of weird stuff that was never really answered here. Yeah, really crazy stuff. So this group is linked to, one of their members was they're linked to the Dutroux case through these letters. Bernard Weinstein was said to come around for some of their rituals. They were tipped off by the police about the raid. That's why they allegedly were moving all of their stuff out the day before. When the police did raid the place, they found a refrigerator full of animal blood. They also found human remains, skulls, bones, stuff that was being used in black arts and black magic rituals. But they didn't find any children. Now, I don't know what all that means. I don't know what any of this means here, but I figured that this was an important place to get out and show you guys while I'm here. So right here, 223 is this is the former Abraxis black magic satanic sect building. It's got a very creepy vibe. I don't know if someone lives there or not. I don't know what the building is used for nowadays, but this is where the police carried out that raid. 150 officers going into this building. They find human remains, animal blood, but no children. So many mysteries that this building holds. I would be very, very interested to see what a paranormal investigation would lead to.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but listen to how quiet it is on these streets.
Imagine how quiet it would have been in the 90s, too. Right there, there's a building that could hold a key to so much.
But we just gotta keep investigating.
So deeply disturbing stuff with Abraxis the entire time. But Abraxis is just a small cog in the machine of Dutroux and this Belgian network. In fact, Abraxis is like the tip of a pin in a small drop in a huge puddle when you compare them specifically to the larger network of Satanists and evil and Luciferian practitioners and these evil people that were deeply entwined with Marc Dutroux. But first, we have to talk about this wider cult before we move into the full understanding of Marc Dutroux. So at this point, we have to introduce Regina Louf. So you may remember Regina Louf from other videos that we've posted on my channels recently. Regina is a survivor of the Marc Dutroux ring, and she has shared some absolutely incredibly dark and disturbing secrets from within the ring that the government didn't want people to hear. Interestingly, WikiLeaks proved that large sums of money in different currencies had arrived in Michelle Martin's bank account, Marc Dutroux's wife, claimed to be linked with close timing to the abductions of the girls. The transfers and values indicated a and prostitution ring to authorities. So WikiLeaks released documents that Belgian authorities, higher-ups, the legal system never released. And these documents, which you can access online, showed that Michelle Martin, Marc Dutroux's partner, had received massive payouts in different currencies at around the same times that the girls and victims had been abducted. I mean, that's direct evidence to me. Of course, those payouts could be attributed to Marc's schemes in fraud and theft, but the amounts don't add up. Additionally, there were attempts by Belgian authorities to have the Dutroux dossier taken down by WikiLeaks. They said that, well, some of the information was true, some of it was false, disparate, and involved people who had done nothing wrong and should remain classified. All right, there's no better way to say that you're guilty than by desperately trying to get that stuff scrubbed from the internet. I mean, this is the Belgian government, authorities in Belgium, trying to get a leaked document taken down. That proves that it is sensitive and real. There were several witnesses who were interviewed who were involved with Marc Dutroux's case and his ring. Now, to put this into perspective real quick, the Belgian X-Files, I've read through every single page. There are hundreds of pages, and they're some of the most incredibly disturbing shit I've ever read. They're all essentially summaries of testimony or direct testimony from victims and witnesses of Dutroux's crimes that were, I believe, mostly, if not completely, deemed unusable in court. So they had hundreds and hundreds of pages of testimony of children talking about getting raped, naming people's names, talking about watching children get murdered. I remember one of the things I read was this girl watched these men make another little girl, I don't even know how to say this, she had no clothing on, and apparently they made a dog do things to the girl, and then they allowed the dog to eat the girl from the privates up while she was alive, and they filmed this whole thing, and the men were laughing watching this. We actually visited the place where that was supposed to have happened in our Dutroux documentary, but that's just one. There's thousands of things like that these children are claiming happened, and the police completely ignored all of them and said that, yeah, this stuff didn't happen. These are just, we can't confirm that this happened because there's no witness that's going to speak to it other than the witness themselves, which is the child. And so that's why when you get into these X-Files, it's a controversial thing because, it's weird. There isn't like direct physical evidence, but there is a lot of really, really, really direct evidence. Like there's one victim who testified named Regina Louf, and she talked about where that dog thing happened, and she described the interior of this building, said it was made by this corporation. It's got a very distinct interior. She described the furniture, the lighting, everything. It was an industrial building, so a place that a child would never be. She had no family that worked there, anything like that. And when the police brought her there to talk about it, they went into the building and found that it was exactly how she had described it. So stuff like that, there's a ton of corroborating evidence in there. And it's just wild to me that the police just never did anything. They sealed these files so that people would never read them or learn about this stuff. The files were named the X-Files because the witnesses' own identities were redacted in favor of the letter X and a variable associated. So these kids, these victims, instead of using their names in these X-Files, these victims were referred to as X1, X2, X3, X4, and so on. The witnesses state that the pink ballet was connected to or supplied by Dutroux and his accomplices. Apparently, video evidence was captured of this event, videos which included the faces and names of prominent politicians. With confirmation that this ritual exists, could Springmeier have been taking it a step too far by saying it was a satanic ritual where murder took place? Witness X1, or Regina Louf, says otherwise. During the trial, Regina was deemed witness X1 to protect her identity, but later came out into the open. This woman and others described some horrific events that would occur at these gatherings. Louf went to the media in 1998, being interviewed by Panorama, partially sharing her story. According to Regina, she was raised by her grandmother from birth to be used by the massive ring, of which Dutroux was only a small part. Regina was trained in the most demented of ways, experiencing things that children should not even know exist, let alone be subjected to. Regina stated that she began to be abused by pedophiles within the ring at the age of 3 or 4, and that money was the primary objective. She also said that snuff films were a regular aspect of her life. When she was 10 years old, Regina claimed she became pregnant by a pedophile. After giving birth to this man's baby, Regina was only allowed to be with her child for a few moments before this group of pedophiles ripped the baby from her arms, assaulted it, and murdered the baby, then mutilated its corpse, all on video while smiling and laughing in front of Regina, since she was 10 years old. She continued on, saying that when children were past the age where they could be bought and sold, they were killed on film, and those films were then sold to clients. Regina stated that she had seen the films herself, and that these videos were regularly viewed and played at these parties. At these parties, several children will be provided to groups of She went on to say that those who had been witnesses to the murder in real life were at the parties, and that they gave commentary as the video was playing out, cold and remorseless of their monstrous crime. She stated that while the pedophiles would be watching these snuff films, she and the other children in attendance were raped.
Rendabel was, die niet meer genoeg opbracht of die, laten we zeggen, zo emotioneel eronder doorging dat dat kind eigenlijk niet meer voor het netwerk kon gebruikt worden, die belandde in het eindcircuit. Het eindcircuit was het laatste stadium, daarin werd je vermoord. Dat was eigenlijk de laatste keer waarin dat ze nog geld konden maken van u. Dat was eigenlijk de grootste bedoeling. Zo'n kind die in het eindcircuit terecht kwam, die werd ofwel gebruikt voor daders die zelf de moord wilden doen, maar niet op film wilden staan, of die door, laten we zeggen, figuranten vermoord werd, waarvan dat dus degene die de opdracht gegeven had, de film kreeg. Dat waren de twee keuzes die je had als dader. Als slachtoffer had je geen keuze natuurlijk.
Maar die films kwamen niet in een commercieel circuit?
De films kwamen niet zozeer in een commercieel circuit terecht. De films werden gemaakt in opdracht van 1 persoon. En daar bestonden eigenlijk heel weinig kopies van. Dat was eigenlijk alleen maar 1 film voor die persoon. En dat was alles. De mensen die van het netwerk gebruik maakten, die wilden niet het risico lopen dat eigenlijk zo'n films gecommercialiseerd werden en eventueel konden gelinkt worden ooit aan de opdrachtgevers.
She then gave an account of the murder of 16-year-old Christine Van Hees, a murder linked to both Marc Dutroux and Michel Nihoul, the business magnate. 16-year-old Christine was apparently forced into prostitution by Michel Nihoul after being introduced through Marc Dutroux. Regina explained that Christine, the 16-year-old victim, was murdered because she couldn't adapt to the sexual abuse, and so she was killed by Dutroux, Nihoul, and others that she refused to name. She then named other girls who were victims and described the levels at which people entered the organization. She said that people didn't immediately enter the ring and take part in the murders. She said that people were introduced slowly over time, and as they became more trustworthy and moved up in the ring, they were pressed into further atrocities. At first, she said, these men would have to engage in a pedophilic sex act with girls bordering a legal age. But then, as the men moved up in the hierarchy of the ring, they would take part in orgies, bestiality, sadism, torture, and at the highest levels, ritual murder. But not just anyone could join. They had to be powerful and have good connections that the ring could make use of. Regina said that it was just as much about maintaining contacts with the elite as it was about pedophilia. Regina didn't share everything in her Panorama interview, however. In one of her testimonies, Regina talked about something that makes one's blood run cold. At an unnamed castle, children, according to Regina, were forced to strip naked except for shoes, and were then told to run off into the forest. Behind them, men with dogs waited to chase them. Regina was not a victim of the hunting party in this testimony. She said that she was forced to participate in the hunt. She was told she had to go hunt and murder a child, or that she would be killed herself. Interestingly, one supposed survivor of satanic ritual discussed something that she experienced, a situation so exactly similar that it could have been at the same event. At a party attended by members of the ruling elite, according to this victim, children would be stripped naked except for tennis shoes and allowed to run into the forest. Behind them, the members of the elite chased them, wearing masks, armed and ready to kill if the children were caught. It mimicked the most dangerous game, the famous story by Richard Connell, where a Russian aristocrat hunts a castaway on an island in the Caribbean. Even in real life, this so-called game was dubbed with this title, even though the victim was not an accomplished big game hunter, but blameless innocent children. The survivor stated that the game would start early in the evening, which Regina Louf also corroborated. This unnamed survivor felt she had no place to run and no place to hide, though, and there were no limits as to what could happen to her at the time. It was one of the most extreme situations she had ever survived, yet somehow she managed to pull through. The fact that satanic cults could exist right now before our very eyes, and the depth of evil of the crimes they were committing, seems like something that could only happen in a barbaric era. Regina Louf did have something to say about satanic rituals in her portion of the X-Files. She talked about blood rituals being held at a castle near Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and said that Marc Dutroux was indeed connected to satanic groups. Moreover, multiple witnesses in the X-Files claimed that prominent men in Belgian society were witnesses to and accomplices in satanic rituals at several locations in Europe, some of which included blood magic and sacrifice. But who was this cult, and what was their aim? Well, one of the cults that was named in the files of Dutroux's case, like we mentioned before, was Abraxis. Apparently, according to these files, children were forced to eat human flesh and were branded with hot irons. It doesn't seem that any sane being could preside over such horrors. Regina Louf can be cited as a source of evidence in this case. She stated in one of her witness testimonies that she was forced to participate in the abuse as she got older, already having been programmed to accept the abuse from her earliest days. From a young age, Regina was programmed to accept the traumas of her life, even apparently forced to kill at some points. Perhaps this massive satanic cult, with satanic ritual sites mentioned across Belgium, Holland, and the Netherlands, placed their own into these positions of power and flourished from there. There are more supposed satanic estates in Belgium itself. We visited a few of them. Certainly, the Institute of Abraxis and Chateau aren't the only ones. These rituals are said to bring the members of satanic cults power, fame, and riches. These kinds of lures are exactly the type that would lure those seeking power in Europe and world governments in. So as you're going to notice, and you probably have noticed, these children have made accusations over the years that they were trafficked by this big ring. But this big ring has to have places that they operate in. They have to have hideouts. They have to have spots where these, extravagant hunting parties and parties are being held. And according to all these victims, the places where these things were occurring were in these chateaus across Belgium, France, these countries that are nearby. These chateaus are often private property. These chateaus have been owned by millionaire, billionaire families for centuries. They're very hard to get into. They're very hidden away from the public. And if you actually read through the Dutroux files, you'll see that these chateaus being places of horrific parties where these things take place, that's a common theme. So in this video, we visited a few chateaus. The first chateau we visited that may have been connected to this network was the Chateau. You may have seen us visiting this chateau in our video about the Chateau d'Amoureux, but for those who haven't seen that video, check this out. This gets dark. Alright guys, so I'm going to be wearing sunglasses in today's episode because, as you can see, I've developed an insanely terrible eye infection.
over the last day on the tail end of our trip here through England, France, and Belgium. Right now, though, we are a walk down here. Let's see how much you can see from the public road. You can't even see the chateau from here. But behind me, this is the entrance to a property that was once owned by a man named Michel Fournier. I don't really know how to pronounce that last name, and I tried to Google Translate, but I don't have service. Essentially, he was a serial killer who was living at this house, this chateau. He was murdering children, torturing and murdering children inside of the house and in the area, and burying them on his property. He confessed to 12 murders. People suspect that he murdered a lot more people, but there's also a lot of rumors online that this chateau, this house, castle, mansion, is tied into the Dutroux network. Individuals that were kidnapping children, assaulting children, they got off on doing that, torturing them, and then disposing of them. I've seen a lot of links online between Dutroux and this place, and this is the Chateau de Chateau. I was hoping we'd be able to get a shot of the place, but yeah, you can't even see it. It's like right down this road. But we're investigating chateaus in this chapter of this investigation. This place comes up a lot with different symbolism. The name, some people claim so too, almost represents Satan. If you're looking at the Pharaoh's alphabet, I forget the terminology for that. But yeah, this is some weird spooky shit. We're like way in the back roads right now of in France, trying to get to the bottom of this story. It's disturbing shit, because right now we're about 30 minutes away from the Chateau de Amois, which is the main crown jewel of this portion of the video. And that's where all of these rituals are taking place. So I find it really hard to believe that in the same time period that Dutroux, Marc Dutroux, the infamous pedophile murderer, the same time that he's in Belgium in a town that's less than an hour from here, he's running this massive ring that's across Europe. I find it weird that there would be a serial killer operating. What is that?
Bird.
That there would be a serial killer operating 30 minutes from the castle where these rituals are supposedly taking place, where children are murdered. That was a fucking bike. It's a dude on a bike. And that there would be no connection. Definitely got horror movie vibes out here. Like, I feel like this is like the French Texas Chainsaw Massacre area. Especially, I feel like you see those trees online. It's those types of trees where it's pitch black in the middle of them.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen those in
there's
person.
Like no bark on them either. Freaky.
And my eye is killing me. Oh my god. This is the road that leads to the chateau. So this is obviously not a road we can take our rental car down. But look at that. How creepy are these woods?
Very. These are the kind of woods you'd find like monsters in.
Seriously.
Human and crypt.
Yeah, right when we got here too, we heard like a scream come from the forest. It literally sounded like a monster growl. And we were both, we're like,
what the
what was that? It literally was like, right?
But it's weird, it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like, I don't know.
It sounded like a monster,
yeah.
Like straight up, like some shit you'd hear in a horror film. So right now, we're about 35 minutes from the Mothers of Darkness castle, the Chateau de Amois. And that place is the center point, pretty much any and every conspiracy. And yeah, 30 minutes away is the house of one of the most notorious serial killers of the same time period, who was also murdering children, which is supposedly what still happens at the Chateau de Amois. I just think it's odd that they're not connected officially.
So another castle and chateau that's directly tied to Marc Dutroux through some of the X-Files and testimonies that were released is the Chateau de Amois. One of our last videos, we actually visited the chateau. It has an insane history that deals with everything from, you know, the possible involvement of the Illuminati to dark satanic witches. But there are a number of children who have testified seeing hunting parties and all sorts of terrible things, you know, being themselves at the Chateau de Amois. And it's like the most secure place in Belgium. There's tripwires around the property. There's security 24/7. The bushes are so high you can't see in. It's like very, very either well guarded to prevent people from going in, or well guarded to prevent people from escaping. Chateau d'Amroy is one of the darkest places I've ever been, so let's take a look. So right now we are driving to the Chateau d'Amroy, and yeah, we're way out in the middle. We just crossed over into Belgium, so we're out in the middle of nowhere in the Belgian countryside. And yeah, it's a little intimidating. I don't really know what we're about to roll up on, how much we're about to be able to see, what it's gonna be like out there. This place is absolutely as notorious as they come. Yeah, I think that, I don't know, definitely some anxiety in the air as we try to expose these fucking creeps. This is a place a lot of people I can guarantee haven't heard of. I'm gonna just go out and guess 99% of you watching this video have never heard of the Chateau d'Amroy. But yeah, I want to raise awareness so that people do know what it is, and they understand the very dark possibilities of what may be happening inside its walls. But yeah, we're 3 minutes away. Looks like they got this place under fucking lock and key now.
We can come over here later.
What do you mean later?
I thought we were coming out here at night.
No.
That's why I was kind of sketched out about it.
I wouldn't come out here at night, bro. I'm not trying to get murdered. You kidding me? So, you want to show, can you see this? So we're right here. The chateau is right over here in this area to our left. And every single person that I saw post about the chateau, they had like footage of them right up at the gates. And I didn't realize that they must have changed something. The security here is fucking bananas. I mean, dude, this is actually crazy. Look at how thick this forest is here. You cannot see through. Yeah, so like whatever the fuck is even behind this, I don't even know. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of the castle to be able to like explore this area.
Damn, that shit looks creepy right there.
Yeah, but if the legends of film that,
it's all in French. No access.
If the allegations of human hunting parties that happen here are true, that would mean that it would be most likely in this forest area where those kids are being hunted and murdered. But I gotta say, this is a fucking creepy ass road, man. This really is unbelievably isolated. And like, I wonder if they got, see this whole property is fenced, barbed wire on top.
Tripwires?
Yeah, there's apparently tripwires out here. And then all these structures. To me, these look like hunting. I don't know what they are. I guess I'll turn around.
I think they have tags on them.
What?
There's tags on them.
Oh yeah, it's got animals on it. So it is hunting. I'm gonna turn around at the next turnaround. Oh my god, I can barely open my eye.
Can't see it.
If you can see up there, private property. Do you see anything down that road?
There's trees.
So this is all the Chateau d'Amroy property right here. Every single access point to this place is heavily, I wouldn't say heavily guarded, because, I mean, really, if you were dedicated, you could get in there pretty easily, I would say. But I wonder why no one's ever done that.
Because nobody's dedicated to get murdered by the Illuminati.
Or maybe nobody survived to tell the tale. It is crazy, though. Like, for just some random old f***ing Belgian castle that apparently nothing's ever happened for it. Yeah, happened at in the middle of nowhere. You can't even fucking see the castle. It's like kind of insane how there's like literally no place to even look at the damn castle.
I mean, pretty much all the other chateaus all over Europe, I mean, they're very, I mean, it's like a tourist thing that people do. And people are really open about it. People want you to come see the beauty of these places. But this one's, for some reason, very blocked off from society. No pictures. I mean, even like big news channels have reached out trying to look inside the place and they get turned down.
You know what it really reminds me of? Last month we were at Bohemian Grove. This reminds me a fucking lot of Bohemian Grove.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the security, just deep in the woods. But we're gonna find a place to pull over so we can do some paranormal investigating. We are not gonna break in or try to break the law here. We value our lives and our safety, but we're gonna get about as close as you can get to conduct a paranormal investigation. Now, something else interesting that I just noticed just driving back along the way, look at this side of the woods. Look at how you can see the sunlight through there. You can see the sky. It's not nearly as dense. And then literally right across the road, it's so thick you can't even see the sky. That has to be intentional, wouldn't you think? Like, what the f***'s up with that? Like, even right here. This is completely, you can see through all this. And it's so tall and so thick, you literally cannot see 10 feet into the woods right there. I mean, that's just wild to me. You know, something people say is they hear music out here.
Really?
Yeah, from the rituals and shit. Usually it's at night. But Connor just said he thought he heard music and we turned the car off. Should we grab our shit?
It's like singing bowls.
Yeah, it's coming from, it sounds like it's coming from,
Like this way.
which is the Chateau. Is someone coming up here? I don't know what it is. So, weirdly, all of our batteries were charged last night. Everything else is fine. Every single one of the drone batteries is dead. I don't know if they weren't hooked up properly. I might have plugged it in wrong, but it said John again. This is the second time it said John. But I'm gonna see if I have enough battery to literally just launch it up in the air and see if we can see the Chateau. This is the part where if we were gonna really piss him off, we'd piss him off.
No.
The SD card's full. Alright, so we cleared out the camera card and we still only have 1% battery, so I'm really hoping we can just push up and get a shot of the Chateau. Let's see.
Maximum flight altitude reached.
What the f?
The home point has been updated. Please check it on the map.
Is that it?
I think so. Yeah, that's definitely it over there. I got like half a second of a shot of it. So right here is one of the entrances to the castle. Don't know what that says. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Man, I don't know what the f this shit is. It's just sitting right next to the entrance. Is that like wax or paint? Dude, what is this? You see this shit? That was just sitting here. And as you can see, this is the official entryway. I only have one contact in, so I can't see very well. Definitely got a weird vibe around here though. A little hole. And yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know if I liked that I touched that, but I had to see what it was. Anyways. Do an infrared check, see if there's any security. Dude, that's a creepy forest. How dark it is in there. Dude, it's f***ing pitch black in there. Holy shit, that's crazy. This is that shit you see on Instagram where it's like,
would you go in this forest alone at night?
look at that, dude. That is a great shot right there.
This one's new.
Now remember, in the historical portion of this video, we discussed allegations that human hunting parties occur outside of the chateau in these very woods. So it was a bit eerie to see these structures that are most likely used for hunting, literally on the chateau's property. What do you think these things are used for? Is it the hunting of animals? Or is it something darker that's put right out in the open
so you'd never question a thing. I don't know, but it was a haunting visual. And before we left, we tried to drive right into the front gate of the chateau.
Hold it on your lap. I'd pull up. It's still rolling.
It says park, well, you can't go in.
Can I show it? Alright, here's the main entrance to the chateau. Obviously, we can't get in here. I would love to. The fucking castle is right down that road right there. And it's interesting, look at how well manicured it is. Very well manicured. See any security cameras or tripwires?
Look at that deer head up there, that's sick.
Interesting. Well, I was really hoping that we'd be able to get up there and see it. But yeah, I guess it's time to head to our final stop.
Alright.
So, could the Chateau d'Emeraude be a place where rituals are happening to this day, with all that security and everything that's around that place? I still definitely think so. Either that or they're trying to keep people in. I mean, the place is absolutely, it seems like it was constructed in hell. It has such bad energy. And I still don't know what that thing was that I found outside of it. I don't know how to explain those noises that we were hearing outside of the chateau. I would just describe the energy and that whole video to just be deeply, deeply unsettling. As someone who's been doing paranormal investigating for 10 years now, that place is unsettling in a way that's unlike anything. It's not like a demon house or, you know, a very scary ghost where it's scary. This is like to your core unsettling to be standing there and thinking like however 600 feet right there is like the mecca of evil. But if you want to watch that full video and our investigation, it's already been posted on this channel, so you should go check it out after this one. But we have another chateau to get to that was really, really, really dark and really crazy. The Chateau d'Angelberg. Now, all these chateaus are rumored to be hotspots of and we're going to talk about that in a moment in the video. But I should add in here that when we were trying to get to this chateau, we almost got stuck. And yeah, let's just cut to the footage. Hey everybody, it's Colin here. Thank you for watching today's video. Hello to all the new subscribers and hello to the rest of our beautiful, wonderful, spooky family. As you know, every single week here on the channel, we give away a free gift bag to one lucky viewer of the show. And this week, to enter the contest, all you have to do is like today's video, let's smash that like button, and comment, that's disturbing, in the comment section below. I'm gonna give y'all 10 seconds to do this now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So go comment. You can comment multiple times. It helps the video so much. But anyways, let's get back to today's video. Thank you for listening to my little spiel. I love you guys so much and stay spooky. Mic's on. So, in continuing our investigation of these chateaus and places of ritualistic that are cited oftentimes in the Dutroux dossier, we were at the Chateau d'Emeraude yesterday. Now we are outside of Brussels, Belgium, at the Chateau d'Angelberg, Castle d'Angelberg. This is a place that is owned by a kind of Christian far-right group. It's owned by a religious cult, apparently, according to these documents. And it's at this place where survivors of this satanic alleged that there were meetings where they were forced to do things to members that were sitting at a table while the children were underneath the table. There's allegations that children were murdered here. This castle is also a place where in the past conspirators met to try and overthrow the Belgian government in the 70s and 80s. But I don't know exactly how close they're going to be able to get. The thing is, with all of these chateaus that we've looked at, they are really, really secluded. These aren't like tourist destinations that
you can just go park and visit and tour. These are like, I don't know what exactly this is, but our Google map routed us down this dirt road right here. So we're gonna go down here and see what we can find. This is a little f***ing creepy. Where the f*** is this leading us?
Don't know. Don't think this is the right one.
This is like off-roading.
Yeah. I think we were supposed to go down that one with the...
What should I do?
Just keep going.
Oh, dude.
Don't stop. If you stop on this, then you get stuck.
Oh my god. Oh, dude, what do I do, bro?
Just keep going. Oh, this looks even worse up here.
Maybe there's a turnaround right here?
Please, get stuck.
Alright, so that was the wrong turn, I would like to say, and we have been like slipping and sliding.
And we're in a front wheel drive BMW.
Yeah, and so I'm just praying to God that we can make it back out of here, because that would be really not chill if we got stuck back here.
Oh god.
This is definitely the most anxious I think I've ever been.
Ever?
One of the most while driving. Oh, I mean, you should feel the slide on this fucking thing.
I can feel it.
Like this? Oh my god, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude.
Never seen a BMW go off-roading.
It's not supposed to.
I know.
That's why. Well, now let's take the correct turn to try and get to this fucking castle. Is this it?
I think so. Yeah, I think this goes over that bridge.
Just keep rolling out the front, because I don't know if this is private property or not. Kind of seems like it is.
I think it is. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure this is the way to that chateau.
Should I go up there and turn around?
I don't think we'll see it.
Oh, this is where the hunting parties happen. Should I ask this person? I think the chateau's over there. Hi. He's English? Is this the Chateau? What's Dongelberg? Yes. Is this private property? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. We're touring chateaus around here. And I didn't realize that this was.
Oh.
Is there any way we could just drive and look at it once and then get out of your hair?
You can see it from here.
Can I turn around? And I've seen the burning. I love like the kind of look that it has once it's, unfortunately burned, but it's really interesting, like the architecture. I'll just turn around.
You can check it from here, right here,
and then just turn around and go.
You have to go.
Okay.
Okay. So can I drive down there and look?
Yeah, just
Okay.
All right. Thank you, man. Nice to meet you, man. Just a roll. That's cool. There it is. Holy shit, look at it.
I don't think you wanted us to drive all the way down here.
Bro, look at it. Oh my god. This is the place where a lot of is alleged to have happened.
Holy
Yeah, you see that?
damn. This thing's huge.
I'm gonna get out and take a picture. It's hard to imagine the things that may have possibly happened at this old chateau. I mean, the stories that have emerged from the Dutroux X-Files are more than disturbing. They're actually unfathomable. And to see a visual representation of these acts, this old, crumbling, desolate, dark-appearing building, was off-putting. And it would be in this area surrounding the chateau where these parties took place. It's always interesting to me to take a deep look at these buildings and the architecture on them, to see if any of these symbols mean anything, to see if there are discoveries yet to be made. I don't know.
If you see anything in these videos that makes sense to you, please leave a comment. Because this place holds secrets. We made it into the Chateau Dongelberg. I don't think we're supposed to be here, but before we get kicked out and off the property, I'm gonna run a DR60. We've turned the car off, and then we'll go and review it. Are there any children here? Any children's spirits? Can you tell us about any abuse or rituals that might have happened here at the Dongelberg Chateau? Were there parties held here where children were?
How can we help tell the story of what happened here?
What about Marc Dutroux? Was Marc Dutroux ever here? Were kids brought here to be supplied for parties?
How many people have been murdered here?
Is there anything else you'd like to say if you're a child that was and murdered here? There's something out here is getting my eye. Alright. So yeah, this chateau is infamous. It's named many times in the Dutroux dossier. Owned by a Christian cult, and just unspeakable terrible things happened here. Now there was a fire here that destroyed a lot of the chateau. I don't know if that was intentional to hide some secrets or what was going on there, but I've never seen like video or footage of this place online. Kind of crazy that we rolled in and we were able to get in here. Creepy looking.
Very. Quite a big parking lot.
Yeah, and so if there were hunting parties and hunting things that happened here, look at this property and how big it is. And it just goes and goes in that direction. And even this house?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the hell is that? It's eerie, man. All of these chateaus and these places, I was telling... Really? I was telling Connor, there's just such an unhappy feel here. Like all the stuff we did in France, felt fine. England, great energy. But in these parts of Belgium that we're going to, it's mystical and it's really dark.
It's disturbing to think what might have happened here.
Yeah, I think it did happen. Why else would, I mean, all these chateaus, look at all the security too and how private they all are. It's wild. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Let's listen to this really quick. Alright, I'm gonna listen.
Are there any children here? Any children's spirits? Can you tell us about any abuse or rituals that might have happened here at the Dongelberg Chateau? Were there parties held here where children were? How can we help tell the story of what happened here? What about Marc Dutroux? Was Marc Dutroux ever here? were kids brought here to be supplied for parties? How many people have been murdered? Is there anything else you'd like to say if you're a child that was murdered here?
Well, I heard 11 when it said when you asked how many were murdered. And what's interesting is, so it said 11 children. In a lot of these stories and allegations, the kids are buried on the grounds of these chateaus. Look at all this area around us. Do you think it's ever been swept for bodies?
Not a chance.
Even after all those allegations were made, remember, they were sealed by the government so that nobody could figure out what they were. Even in the documents, people had to research and figure out for themselves what areas were being talked about. But look at this. Show that. None of this area has ever been searched. Just imagine what would happen if the government officials would have brought cadaver dogs out here. I'm sure they would have discovered something a lot darker. Also, here's that road that we were just on.
And there's a river back there?
Yeah, and it's like a river house, boat house. Yeah, check that out, private property. We just waltzed on in. That was God right there, something letting us in once again. It's incredible. I don't know shit about chateaus or castles. I don't know anything about that because I'm from America. But I just want to reiterate, the places that we're visiting for this are not like famous castles that you can go tour. They are incredibly private and very well hidden. So
obviously so well hidden that we went down fucking mud road.
So it makes sense as to how they could get away with doing these things in these.
Also kind of interesting just to think, we pulled in this gate and that guy immediately knew we were here.
Yeah.
Like in the car coming to meet us at the second gate.
That is really strange. He was like there already.
I know.
When we got in. Well, on to the next place. How unbelievably eerie was that place? The ruins of a chateau, rumored to be the place and the location where hunting parties and parties and, rituals and sacrifice all took place. I mean, it's incredibly disturbing stuff. And then you really think about it. Imagine bringing cadaver dogs out to those places. They're private property. I don't know why they let us onto the Dongelberg Castle property. I think that it was God allowing us to make way and make passage. But what would they find? What would they find with a thorough search of the Chateau d'Ameroy, of the Chateau Dongelberg, of the Chateau Chateau? I mean, there's so much. But now that you've heard about these chateaus and we've visited 3 of them, we're going to visit a place that Regina Louf, one of the survivors of the Marc Dutroux ring, she described as being a factory of child pornography, a place where allegedly many children were tortured and murdered. And we walked right up to the front gate. So right behind us is the Asco factory here, right outside of Brussels, Belgium. Now, of all the places that we're visiting in this trip, this place could be the darkest. The Chateau d'Ameroy definitely has its rumors, but the things that victims testified happened to them inside of this building, inside of this warehouse on this campus. The stuff that I read that actually happened, according to these victims inside of this building, is probably the worst stuff that I've ever even read anywhere in my life. Victims forced to bear babies, victims forced to murder other children, mass production of child, all sorts of terrible, horrific stuff. I mean, the victims testified that this place was a child factory. There were men with cameras, powerful men, powerful people coming through here, and yet the government never officially investigated, to anyone's knowledge, this campus or anything that may have happened there. I've already talked about the connections between the guy who started this company and the other power brokers in this story, but yeah, how fucking disturbing. It's just, once again, in the middle of just a nice random neighborhood here, and you would never expect that these things have happened in these locations. And none of this stuff is proven. I want to say ASCO is not legally, I'm not accusing them of anything. But what I'm suggesting here is that there is a massive conspiracy, and some of the things that happened here allegedly have never been properly investigated, and a lot of people, according to victims, escaped justice. So let's walk over, have a little look.
The following is a passage that was written by Regina Louf about just one of the many horrible events that she allegedly witnessed occur within the walls in front of the factory that we were sitting in front of at that very moment. She said, quote, "After I moved to Ghent to live with my parents and my pimp Tony, I would be taken to the factory in Zaventem where they made child movies. That weekend, I would be tortured and tormented by several abusers for 48 hours. Then they would show me a little girl who could have been Cheyenne's age then. Don't you recognize her, pussycat? They say that a mother always recognizes her daughter. Look at her. This is your daughter, sweetie pie, and you can save her life. Do what we ask you to do, and we kill you. If you don't, we kill her." "No, Rick, no, don't do it, please don't." Rick put a knife in my hand and forced me to put it inside of me. I wanted to let go of the knife, drop it, but he squeezed my fingers around the handle. I bent down to my knees, begged, cried, asked for mercy, to no avail. After he pulled the knife out again, I was so arrogant as to lose consciousness for just a few moments. That was unforgivable. They slaughtered the girl whom they said was my daughter before my very eyes. My fault. I should have been stronger. That's from Regina Louf's story, page 22. And here's another passage from the Dutroux files where Regina and others discuss the horrific events that allegedly unfolded at this very ASCO factory. The intention was that she, X1, one of the victims, would show investigators the way to the factory that she had spoken about in a previous interview. Regina talked about a secret studio where snuff movies were recorded. On the E40 Brussels Lulk, she had pointed to the exit Sterrebeek. From there, she made the inspectors drive until a crossing. "Go left here," Regina said. A few miles down the road, she made the car stop. That's it, the factory. Investigator DePaul looked and saw a large board with a name on it, ASCO. It was the company of a business friend of a politician pointed out by Regina. "It has changed," she noted. Accurately, just as the description she gave earlier. The movies were recorded in a studio, she claimed, located at an industry park at the outskirts of Brussels, close to the exit of a highway. Regina can give a pretty good description of the building, and when it is identified a month later, it also turns out to be accurate. Regina stated to investigators a number of things about the interior of this building, and they all came true. There was a glass gateway, lots of aluminum, red bricks, a square building, an aerial photo in the entry hall, a waiting room with 4 dark brown couches, and a large white ashtray on a salon table. Regina described the murder of a baby, about which Tony V later insinuated that it might have been her own child. So that company, ASCO itself, has an incredibly shady history, with the owner and founder having immense contacts within the Belgian elite and even royalty. He was a known associate of Jean-Michel Nihoul, the leader of the Dutroux ring. He frequently hosted parties at his properties. His company was allegedly involved in shady deals in Iran-Contra level weapons trafficking. If you want to read the whole story about ASCO, which I highly recommend you do, I'm going to link a very in-depth and thorough article in the description of this video. But let's go back and take one more look in person at the supposed factory of child and death.
Something about this that's really interesting, sorry, something's getting my eyes right now, that I always think gives some legitimacy to claims and stories that victims make is when they're able to describe the exact interior and exterior of places that they were abused at. For example, I believe it was Regina Louf who said of all the places she was brought here the most along with other children, and she was able to describe the interior of the building, the furniture, the architecture, like down to a T, where investigators actually corroborated her reports, like she had been in the building before. And what is a young child doing in a aerospace production company building when they don't have family members that work there or anything? So yeah, once again, the police never investigated this spot. They never even got a search warrant, nothing. Whatever happened here, they covered up.
Along with that girl, Regina Louf, who said that amongst other powerful people she had seen Michel Nihoul and murdering children, there were other witnesses that said they had seen children being chased through the woods by Dobermans, something that lent credence to Regina's claims of torture parties where minors, children, young women, girls and young boys were the victims of abuse. These other witnesses also said that they were told of or saw for themselves involving minors, and at the end of these orgies, that some of these minors were ritualistically murdered, sadistically murdered by powerful people that you would recognize that were in the government. One of the people that these witnesses said were present at these murder parties was a Secretary General of NATO. The organizer of these parties was identified by multiple witnesses as Jean-Michel Nihoul. Yet, as we know, Regina Louf's claims were thrown out as unusable. The system stated that this was because a judge charged the officer responsible for taking her statement, Patrick Debates, with falsifying statements and concealing that Regina Louf had incorrectly identified the photograph of one of the murder victims. Later, the officer was actually exonerated because the evidence he claimed she had given him was there all along. Because of the media blitz and the false charges against this officer, Debates, the evidence gathered from the 11 witnesses, including Regina Louf, was thrown out. These witnesses could have been what revealed the existence of that massive ring in Belgium. You have 11 people who were young people and a lot of them children. 11 victims who claimed they not only saw torture parties and parties, but that they were all willing to testify about it and provide details about who was running these things, who was involved in them, who was these kids. And the government of Belgium tosses all 11 out. So when considering the lengths that the government went to so that they could halt the Marc Dutroux case and its progress, that statement given by Jean-Michel Nihoul rings out pretty loudly. Remember, he said earlier, he said if he were to be brought in for questioning, he would destroy the entire Belgian ruling class, and that's why they would never call him in to testify. If Michel had actually ever been investigated and questioned, what secrets may he have revealed? It seemed as though whenever someone got close to revealing something pertaining to Michel Nihoul or looked too deeply into his life, they either died, were discredited, or were removed from their position. Was Marc Dutroux the head of this conspiracy, or was Jean-Michel Nihoul really the beast of Belgium as he claimed? What happened during and after the trial only lends more credence to this claim. Marc Dutroux was simply the lackey, the patsy, and Michel Nihoul was the puppet master pulling the disturbing strings. So during the time before the trial, Michel Nihoul, who was initially arrested in relation to these crimes, was released from custody based on a, quote, lack of evidence. Michel was excluded from prosecution for the abductions and murders officially on January 17, 2003. Marc Dutroux's trial began on March 1, 2004, and after 56 days of litigation, the jury withdrew to return a verdict. On the 17th of June, Marc Dutroux was found guilty of several murders, and 5 days later sentenced to life in prison, as the death penalty in Belgium has been abolished since 1997. Marc Dutroux's wife, Michelle, was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and the other Michel Lelive was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Michel Nihoul, the beast of Belgium, was only convicted of drug-related charges and was sentenced to serve 5 years in prison. After an appeal by Marc Dutroux, the court found that there were no procedural errors in the case and that his sentence stood. Michel Nihoul himself only served 2 years of his drug sentence and was released under conditions. He resided in Zeebrugge until he died in 2019 and took his dark secrets to the grave with him. Michelle Martin, Marc Dutroux's wife, was released on conditions in July of 2012 and was set to be sent to the monastery of the Poor Clarin in Malone. Her release led to more protests, obviously, because Michelle Martin was heavily involved in the abductions and murders of all of these children, and she was sentenced to less than a decade in prison. Well, she was sentenced to 30 years, but she served, I believe, 8 years? Those protests, though, included a demonstration of over 5,000 people organized by the parents of Julie and Anne, 2 of the victims. However, Michel was still released to the monastery. In October 2012, Michel Lelive was also released under conditions. Shortly afterwards, he was attacked and sent to the hospital by members of the general public. He's thought to have settled in a municipality called Walloon and is watched closely by authorities there. During this time, Marc Dutroux appealed for probation multiple times and was denied. In 2020, his lawyer, Bruno Diaz, stated that Marc Dutroux would not be pursuing parole after an evaluation by 3 psychiatrists opposed his release in totality. The psychiatrist's report was 90 pages long and described Marc Dutroux as a sadistic psychopath who has no remorse for his victims. The psychiatrists state that he is at maximum risk and he has a high chance of reoffending. And that's true. I think Marc Dutroux should be locked away forever. But they really got to him. They really silenced Marc Dutroux. But at the end of the day, who was involved in the ring in Belgium? Who was involved in these parties that were murdering these kids? I mean, there are so many claims in this case. This is already a super long episode, but I can't even begin to get into the real depth of what all this information means. So we've gone over the surface level circumstances of the case, but we need to all take a step back and consider what this information means. Like I said, there was a cover-up in Belgium that saw dozens of people taken out, murdered, and silenced. There are police officers that are implicated in helping to run this ring. And some of these allegations went to the tippity top in Belgium. There were members of the Belgian royalty that were accused of participating in this ring. There were high-ranking government officials, people in power that were accused of attending these parties. There were powerful business people, celebrity type figures in Belgium that were all accused of participating in this stuff. In participating in these parties where not only were children gang raped and videotaped, and the videotapes and photographs of this gang were then held as blackmail and also sold across Eastern Europe, these kids were also murdered. They were tortured by groups of sick, powerful people. These men and possibly women who were at these parties who were paying to torture and murder these kids were probably laughing as they tortured these children, smiling and laughing and masturbating and enjoying the sickest of pleasures. And not a single one of them was held accountable for it. Those same people were allowed to continue to rule in Belgium. To this day, look into this yourself. I'm not going to say any names publicly to protect myself, but look into this independently, because now we get to the finale of all of this. In the case of Marc Dutroux, the bounds of true crime and conspiracy crossed to the greatest degree possible. Justice was only done in the young women's case if we believe that Marc Dutroux acted alone, with only his wife and his accomplice, Louf. That's right. At the end of the day, even after all this evidence, the official story in Belgium is that Marc Dutroux acted alone. Well, not alone, but with his 2 co-conspirators. The official story is that there was no ring. There was no corruption. There was nothing beyond this sick man and his 2 cohorts abducting, murdering kids. They didn't even acknowledge the child that existed, even though it was shown that Marc Dutroux was filming all of this shit. The people of Belgium were told that those kids died in horrific circumstances and that they were tortured, and that none of this would have happened if not for gross negligence on behalf of the police. Remember, the police officers were literally at Marc Dutroux's house, inside of his house, hearing the cries of victims, and they did nothing. But in the eyes of the public, all this wasn't just negligence. This was the exposing of a national pedophile ring, an international pedophile ring, and it showed their mad scramble to go back into the darkness where this ring was born. The people of Belgium to this day believe that there is a darkness hiding under the surface of their government. In fact, this case was so popularized, so well known, that 1/3 of all Belgians with the surname of Dutroux had their names changed. And if it hadn't been for that one witness who called in and reported the van that they saw the men emerge from and kidnap Letitia in, how much longer would the police have ignored the tips they were receiving about Dutroux? You got to keep in mind, there were hundreds of tips about Marc Dutroux that came into the police, including tips from his own mother specifically naming victims that he had kidnapped. And they did nothing. How long would the crimes of this man, of Louf, and of Michel Nihoul, the supposed leader of the ring, have remained hidden, or worse, ignored by the people meant to protect the public? And what about that small link to a satanic cult, using those children as sacrifices? There's a lot to go off of there, of disturbing details that they're too graphic for YouTube. But could Marc Dutroux have sold some of the children, not only to but also to cultists whose intention was to slay them in dark rituals? Michel Nahul, by all accounts, escaped nearly completely free. He was left with a comparably minuscule charge for something unrelated, a drug charge. And one has to go back to what he said to the reporter. What did Michel Nahul know about the high-ranking officials in the Belgian government? And what would he have said if he had been allowed to stand trial for the crimes against those kids? What further horrifying truths would the people of Belgium have learned? As this story ends today and justice remains unserved, the people of Belgium and the world at large stand before a dark labyrinth, only able to guess what kind of monster waits inside, ready to devour us whole. So now that you know the Dutroux story, it's time to investigate his haunts in the Charleroi area. The name Charleroi itself is very peculiar. I don't know if you remember our episode with Francis Sheldon and that island in Michigan. The town that Francis Sheldon lived in, America's worst predator, in my opinion, of all time. He lived in Charlevoix. And Marc Dutroux lived in Charleroi. I mean, it's weird. It's like these dots all connect. And in fact, in my investigations, I've been able to link the Francis Sheldon ring all the way through all these different people and all these different connections, all the way to the Dutroux ring. So they are connected. Now, we already visited Marc Dutroux's house in Sars-le-Bussier and had that bizarre encounter at the beginning of this video. But that evening, Connor wasn't feeling too well, so I had to drop him off and carry out some of this investigating, once again, alone. At one point, night fell upon the town of Charleroi, and the shadows grew long and dark. It was an eerie, almost empty vibe. If you didn't know, actually, Charleroi was a few years ago voted the ugliest town in Europe. That is not an over-exaggeration, they have it on their city website. But I think that there's a hidden ugliness to the town. There's an element of darkness within these buildings and under the pavement that seems to be alive with the pain and torture and suffering of so many children who cry out for justice. But the first spot that I wanted to visit was Marc Dutroux's old house, where he had buried 3 people alive. So right now I've come to the site of another one of Marc Dutroux's houses here in Belgium. This time it is in the suburb/neighborhood of Jumet or Jumet. I don't know exactly how to state that, but this was another notorious property where some of Marc's victims, children, were held hostage and tortured. This is also near Bernard Weinstein's house, where there were allegedly cult activities happening, murders, rituals, satanic worship. That property mysteriously burned to the ground. I read online that it was located somewhere near here. And yeah, this is just another one of Dutroux's houses of horror. I don't know why he had so many houses. I mean, it's really bizarre that this guy who was really a career criminal, a thief, and a blue-collar guy was able to afford 3 properties, and they're all within like a 45-minute driving radius of one another. But yeah, there's another memorial that exists here. The house is gone. Yeah, I'm gonna take you over, walk you by it right now. And I'm gonna be really careful with the light because everywhere that we've gone relating to Dutroux, people have not necessarily been the friendliest seeming about us trying to film anything about it. I get the vibe that they want to just kind of move on. There's just so many questions and so many unanswered questions here that it's impossible for us to move on. So it also should be noted that this is the house, this is the property where Dutroux murdered Anne and Afia, I think you pronounce it Afia. 2 of his victims, they were murdered and buried here in the lawn garden area of this property. So there's a very, very dark history here. And those 2 girls, those 2 teenage girls that they had abducted, died horrific deaths here. They were taken to this house after being held hostage in the same house as the other girls. And then Marc Dutroux and Bernard Weinstein, they gave Anne and Effie drugs. They drugged them out of their minds. And then they buried them alive here on the property. So this is where they actually died. They were buried alive here, which is utterly disturbing and despicable.
So here it is. Here's where the two girls would have been murdered by being buried alive. And Weinstein's house was just back there. There's some photos I can overlay that show his burned out shack.
As I drove through the town of Charleroi late that night, I couldn't help but notice how dark it had become. Thoughts were racing through my head. My mind was traveling at 1,000,000 miles per hour. I'd spent years obsessing over this story. I knew the places, I knew the names, I knew the faces, and I knew the stories. And I was actually here, on the ground, following up on leads, knocking on doors, asking the questions that nobody wanted to ask. At this point, I stopped back by our Airbnb and picked up Connor, and we headed off to the darkest location in this entire story. The house where Dutroux starved those girls to death and built his dungeon. But neither Connor nor I knew just how dark the evening was about to get once we arrived to the House of Horrors. Alright, so we just arrived here on the Avenue des Philippe in Charleroi. I hope I'm saying the city name right, in Belgium. And we're at the address of Marc Dutroux's other House of Horrors. This house is the more infamous house, I would say, because of the dungeon that he built in there, the multiple children he held hostage there. Almost all of his victims spent time in the dungeons here, and this is where two of his victims, last names Lejeune and Rousseau, those young girls were held captive here for months on end. They were tortured, videotaped, and eventually they starved to death because Dutroux's wife was too afraid to go down into the dungeon to feed them. At least that's the official story. But something interesting about this memorial is that just last year, they completed the process of tearing this house down. Keep in mind, it's been over 20 years since all of this happened, almost 30 years, and this house has stood there vacant since then. So they tore down the house, but the parents of the victims actually told the people who made this memorial that they wanted to keep the cellars, the torture chambers, intact in case the police ever needed to go back and analyze them for more evidence. So it's just eerie, because even though that there is this beautiful garden where this house used to be, inside of the soil, in the ground, still sits those torture chamber cells and the dungeon. They're still buried under the dirt, which is eerie. But yeah, let's go take a look. Still, to this day, 30 years later, people are still leaving tributes. So yeah, this is the location of Dutroux's house. It would have been right here in those torture chambers. Cellars would still be down here. And that's a mural of a kid with a kite.
They probably built it up high because the cellars are still there.
I'm sure. I mean, think about it. The house used to be here. It's a really pretty memorial. But once again, just so crazy how things happen, and you just would never know that they happened here. It's a bit eerie. You know, it's pretty, but it's just like knowing what happened. Victims of the En mémoire de tous les enfants victimes de pédophilie. March 30th, 1997. Got this little memorial here. What is this stuff? Just old street stuff? And you got all this art here.
Because I'm the one, like we said before, that has really extensively researched this story, we're going to have Connor go under for the Estes because he really doesn't know all the details that I do when it comes to this case. And yeah, I just feel like that's more authentic, because if it were me, I might hear something and, you know, try to have some sort of a bias and interpret a word as something that it isn't. But we're just going to have him do this experiment right here. You ready? All right, so we're not specifically trying to talk to anybody here. We're not trying to, I want to state, talk to any victims or anything like that. We're not trying to take advantage of the situation. We just want the truth, and we want to
Let's go.
We want to try find the truth for the victims in this situation. So I want to make that very clear. Also, our car is leaking. I don't know what that is. So what happened here?
All right.
What do you mean by that? Can someone tell me, do you remember what happened here in the past?
I made a mistake.
What mistake did you make?
Killed them.
Who is this that we're talking to? Can you tell me, were there more victims that were never found of Marc Dutroux? Also, this neighbor's...
That pussy.
Are you talking about Mark?
That was weird. It was like a girl, like, scared.
I hate that.
Breathe.
So were there more people involved than just Mark and his two accomplices, his wife and his friend?
So many. Russians.
Russians? Who were the Russians? By the way, the neighbor in this house just came out and was like pacing back and forth, like staring at us. It's like they really don't want us to film. Who are the Russians that you're talking about? Were they visiting this place? Russian?
There's more of them.
Are you talking about people that escaped justice? Or victims? Perpetrators or victims?
Underneath.
All the sellers were here, and they're still there in the memorial garden, to my knowledge. Are you talking about, are there more victims of Dutroux that have never been found?
Of course.
How many more? Were they all children?
Dig.
Dig where?
They were so beautiful.
Where should we dig? If we wanted to tell investigators, where would they dig? Can you please tell me?
Gone now.
Where have they gone to? Are the perpetrators dead? Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
I just want to figure out how deep this whole thing runs.
Big.
Can you tell me anything more about these Russians that were involved? Who are these Russians? This car's leaking.
They felt them. Sacrifice.
I've never read anything about Russians. What are you talking about?
And the villages.
In the villages of Russia? Is that what you're saying? This neighbor is like staring at us.
Get him!
Are you saying you want
Would
us...
you care to?
You're saying you want us to identify them?
I'm sure.
What are you sure of?
They were the worst ones.
The guys from Russia? What?
The statue.
What statue are you talking about? What are you referring to? This neighbor just keeps staring at us.
The alarm.
What alarm? Was there an alarm on the cellars?
Don't go down.
Is there still evidence that's down there that could be used to find more perpetrators?
This is the time.
What do you mean by that? This is the time. Like, the time is now? Also, this neighbor is just staring at me.
There were
two additional people that were never caught? That's what you're saying?
The police don't arrest.
Because there's a lot of people that think there were a lot more people that weren't caught.
There were.
Do you mean perpetrators or victims that were
not engaged?
What do you mean by that?
It's dangerous.
What's dangerous?
You'll see.
The police being involved, you mean? Like trying to expose this corruption?
Uh-huh.
So does this really go up all the way to the top of government?
They do.
Were there officials that stopped by the house here? Public figures that visited this area? Like I said, we're not trying to talk to anybody in specific. This is to any energies or spirits that may be around here.
They keep the secret.
Can you give me the name of one of the people who may have visited? Also, I'm not going to turn my camera around to film, but the neighbor has just been standing outside the door staring at us for like 15 minutes. I don't know what's going on. Can you give me the name of somebody who was involved?
Trying to get.
There they go on their bike way down there.
Bad impression.
Can you please try to provide a name of somebody who had visited this house?
What are you gonna do?
Well, hopefully expose their name to the world and show the world what an evil, crooked bastard they are.
I want to.
If you want to, then please tell me. We're here to help, no matter who we're talking to.
It's hard.
Is there a connection between Marc Dutroux and the ritual at the chateaus that has been alleged?
And the baby.
Is there a connection?
They left the city.
The people who were committing these crimes left Charleroi?
Yeah.
What else can we do to help expose these people? 'Cause we're trying to see how big this whole thing really is.
This just died.
What? The spirit box died? Oh yeah. That's crazy. Yep. Well, that was really strange. To whoever we were speaking with, thank you. We want to thank you for talking with us. Even though that must have been hard.
That felt really weird.
Yeah, it definitely seems like this thing is way bigger than even what we know. Also, the neighbor was like pacing up and down, and then he finally got on a bike and rode away.
The guy in the
White
tracksuit.
Another guy rode up on a bike, and then he took the bike and rode away. And the other guy went into the house, so I'm like, I don't know if this is a drug dealer or what's going on here.
Well, that's good.
Well, that wasn't as long of a session as I was hoping for, but yeah, I just want to state here that when we do these paranormal investigations and we tackle heavy subjects like this, we know that these are really heavy subjects, but I want to reiterate, we aren't doing this for entertainment. We are documenting our own personal investigations and putting them online. And I believe in this stuff. I believe in spirit boxes. I believe in Ovilus devices. I don't know how it's possible. It's just stuff that we don't understand. I also understand that there's the English, French, whatever component to this whole thing. But I think that if it's a spiritual energy, it's going to be able to get the message across no matter the language. It's more the message, if that makes sense. I don't know. But I want you guys to know that we're doing this because we care, not just because, not just for a video. So
We really do care about these cases. Maybe we wouldn't be out here in the middle of Belgium filming these videos if we didn't care about these victims and what happened to them, and trying to actually get answers that, I mean, the legal system is kind of at the point where it's failed them. They aren't digging into these cases anymore. And so
the cover-up is complete, and it's just been left to fade away until people forget. And people are starting to forget.
People don't know about this.
No.
People really don't know about these stories. I mean, all the people that we've talked to out here, they have no clue.
Every single person we've filmed with on this trip, we've asked them if they've known about Marc Dutroux or even the Elms Guest House, and they've all said no. So we're doing this to raise awareness too. Even if you disagree with the paranormal stuff, we're still raising a lot of awareness about these crimes. And it's okay to not believe, and other people believe.
Because we believe.
Yeah, but this has been really dark and really interesting. I think there is so much more to the story.
At the end of the day, we had more questions than answers. I couldn't help but sit and stare at Marc Dutroux's former home, thinking of the horrors that happened there, and the fact that the answers in this case were right in front of me, but right beyond my reach. I will never stop fighting for justice. I will always listen to victims. I'll always be there for families. And I will always believe victims. This world is such a dark, dark place. And we need to collectively shine a light down on the evil that exists amongst us. But when I was there, I couldn't help but think about the outpouring of love that emerged in Belgium in the wake of the deaths of Julie and Melissa. A show of love, a show of support, and of unity from the Belgian people. It also made me think there were over 300,000 people in the streets of Belgium, all marching for the rights of children, for the protection of the innocent. And yet, what ended up happening? Nothing was changed. No one was truly held accountable. It was almost as if these cries and speeches for help meant nothing. But I'll never give up. I will fight this fight until my dying day, because this problem isn't going away. To end today's documentary, I have one more thing to bring up to keep you thinking. If you think that the Marc Dutroux ring is over, if the arrest of a guy like Marc Dutroux would really bring an end to an entire international satanic ring, then you'd be far from correct and even farther from the truth. Look no further than the disturbing, more modern case of the murder of Natalie Mahy and Stacy Lemons. Natalie and Stacy, two stepsisters aged 7 and 10, disappeared while they were outside of a bar near their home, playing at around 1 a.m. They were missing for a few weeks before being found murdered in a sewer on June 28, 2006. These girls were from Belgium, just like all the victims of Dutroux. The girls on the night that they went missing disappeared at around 1 a.m., but it took until 3 a.m. for someone to report them missing. That's one of the first red flags. When the girls went missing on June 10th, people started looking for them, but they were hidden very well. And the kidnapping of these two young girls reminded the Belgian public of, yes, none other than the kidnappings and murders carried out by Marc Dutroux. But on June 28th, the bodies of both girls were found in a sewer in Liège, some 400 meters from the bar Aux Amuriers, where they were last seen. Soon afterwards, the Belgian Justice Department confirmed that the girls had been murdered by strangulation, while Natalie's body showed the signs of sexual assault. On the same day that the bodies were found, Dutch newspaper De Telegraaf received a letter with detailed information on the whereabouts of the two girls. A letter dated June 27th. The person who sent that letter has never been truly identified. Shortly after the girls' discovery, after seeing his photograph on television after being named as a suspect, a man named Abdallah Ait Oud turned himself into the police. He had already served time in prison for crimes against kids, and the authorities had identified him as a person of interest. However, Abdallah vehemently denied having anything to do with the kidnapping and murder of the girls, and to this day has never admitted to having anything to do with what happened to them. Eventually, though, he was found guilty of their assaults and murders due to a somewhat circumstantial case and some damning forensic evidence that linked him to the girls. However, it should be noted that after the guilty verdict was read, Abdallah shouted out in court, I'm innocent, damn it, I didn't do anything." He was so upset after hearing the verdict that the police had to carry him away. Now, undoubtedly, Abdallah did, in my opinion, have to do with the demise of the children. He went missing when the police announced they were looking for him, showed back up covered in scratches with an inconsistent alibi, but we're about to hear something familiar. After examining the corpses of the two girls and all available evidence, the Belgian Justice Department announced and confirmed that the DNA belonging to two other men had been found on the bodies of the two girls. DNA meaning either hairs or other substances, if you get what I mean. The details of this crime are really hard to track down, and information on this affair is scarce. But to this day, the identity of this second and third person has never been discovered, since, incredibly, there are still, according to the authorities, no conclusive results of the DNA analysis. So who else those two girls? Who else was present at their abduction? Had they been trafficked during the time that they were missing? There are so many unanswered questions. Just a few months after the girls' bodies were found, on November 14th, 2006, it was reported that in the same neighborhood where Natalie and Stacy lived, an 11-year-old child was almost kidnapped at knife point by a 20 to 30-year-old man, were it not for a bystander who helped the child to safety. The suspect, who pulled out the knife and tried to force the 11-year-old into their car, was of Slavic Italian appearance and drove away in a Volkswagen Golf with a German license plate, together with an accomplice. The two men who attempted to abduct that next child were never identified, and the lead went completely cold. So, did Abdallah really act alone? I don't think so, but will the other perpetrators ever be brought to justice? I also don't think so. It seems like there still is, to this day, a problem in Belgium. A problem that may never be solved. I mean, if 300,000 people can protest the way that a government handled a criminal case and still nothing happened, I really don't know what else can be done. But I can definitely continue to make these videos, which I'm going to, and continue exposing these things because they are incredibly important. people need to learn this information. Knowledge is power, and it's one of the few things that they can't take away from us. The next time I was riding on the train throughout Europe, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that these people are everywhere. These sadistic, satanic, pure evil people walk amongst us. They are your doctors. They are your teachers. They are the friendly neighborhood mechanic. This evil doesn't drive around in a white van handing out candy. This evil looks like you and me, the people looking back at us in the mirror. It was a haunting thought. After producing all of these films and investigating these rings like we have, if there's one thing I do know that I can tell you with certainty, it's that once you look into the darkness never leaves you.